Let's get unmuted. There we go. Welcome, ladies and
Hey!
gentlemen. Welcome. Good evening, good afternoon, good night, wherever you may be. I am It's So Sublime, a Gabessa Sublime here online, and welcome to Tabletop Down, our little home away from home here on the internet. This is our Twitch channel where we do tabletop related content from the top down. Very clever name, I know, but mixed in amongst that, we do board games, role-playing games, card games, all the above, and tonight we are running our weekly D&D session. This is Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. So this is our Tales from the Table continuance. We decided to go with a pre-written adventure this time, and a beautiful cast full of these lovely people here next to me. And I very much so hope you guys enjoy. Let me see, I gotta shrink myself down a little bit. I'm a little too big tonight. Gotta get small, guys.
Oh my
Alright,
God,
well
he's
anyway.
huge.
Where we left off last week and what we got going on this week. So let's go ahead and start with what this stream is. So it is a live action play, just like you would expect from any typical D&D stream. But I always try to make these things very interactive, and the way we can do it with these fancy things you see here on the screen. If you want to check out ko-fi.com/tabletop down, head to the shop page. You'll see a handful of things that you can do to participate and interact with the game to change the outcome of the encounters. That can range from giving the players advantages to healing potions, or you can actually give the bad guys those same advantages or healing potions. There's also random potions, random scrolls, or even calling in extra allies in time of need, whether it be in a combat situation or out of combat when they just need a clue. There's a lot of different ways that you can get involved and interact with the game, and it's very fun, so check it out. Thank you very much, Cop, for hitting the link for me. I really appreciate that. It will keep spamming in the chat also every couple of minutes if you forget what it is. It's also at our link tree and all that's in the description below. But yeah, it's an interactive game. This way you guys can get involved. You can help out the team. Who will you serve? That's kind of the idea. Are you on the side of good or the side of evil? The Blood War has been raging for a millennia. Which side are you on? Alright, so let's go ahead and get into the game itself. I'll introduce my players, then we'll do a quick recap if you want. Let me go ahead and start at the very tippy top over here with Alejandro. If you want to tell everybody who you are and who you're playing, that'd be really cool.
Hey, everybody. This is Hunter Rose, and I'm playing Alejandro, which is the party's bard. And I do a lot of things that are bardic-y.
Or epic bard. Gotta have a bard in every party. Somebody's gotta die first, right? Alright.
Hasn't happened yet.
Hasn't happened yet. That's true. Actually, you've been
Very
the only
cool.
one
Actually,
that
yeah.
hasn't died, I think. You know what I mean? You and our cleric. Let's go ahead and move on to speaking of number one to die. Maxwell. You do get to hold that title.
I'm Maxwell. I am the party's lead argument for everybody carrying armfuls of potions at all times. And I'm here to tinker with all the things.
I like it. Let's just keep going straight on down the list. Why not? Numo, our gnomish entertainer. A clown, if you will. A jester amongst souls.
That's way better than I can do. I am Numerousness, Numo the Gnome, the contortionist clown / rogue, who dazzles people with performances of fitting into tight boxes and then stealing their money by night.
I mean, somebody's got to do it, man. It's a dirty job, but somebody has to do it.
I mean, if he doesn't do it, who will?
Right. I just realized not only am I going in order from top down and side to side, I'm also going in alphabetical order. I just realized how I had you numbered. Interesting. How did I pull that off? Alright, next up, Sariel. If you would like to introduce yourself, our newest companion to the party.
Hey, I'm Sariel. I'm the cleric of the party. And just don't steal food. That's all I gotta say. Don't steal food.
Don't steal food. We learned very quickly how aggressive she can be if you mess with her potato. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Alright. Next up is Van Rill.
Howdy there. I play Van Rill, the Ismar Paladin. He's sort of newer on the side of Paladin stuff, so he's not, as strict as what you would suspect, so think it'll be a little bit fun, a bit more of a different.
I definitely appreciate your approach. It keeps us from having to hide too much of our activities. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That seems to be the goal of it anyway. All right, sweet, sweet. I think that is everybody. I guess we should go ahead and do a recap of last week's game. I'm not gonna spend too much time on it, but just a real quick recap. Oh, I'm messing things up. I tried to fix your avatar. I got it. I got it. I got it. Done. All right. So anyway, last week, our party had just arrived at Baldur's Gate. So after the fall of El Turel, they had gathered all the refugees, I guess you would call it, those that survived the fall of El Turel, and made the 10-day trek all the way to the city of Baldur's Gate, where they expected to find refuge from this hideous event that's taken place. Upon arriving, though, they were met by our newest party member, the cleric, Cyriel, who had caught them at the road before they made it to the gate, letting them know that there was a man by the name of Commander Zodge, commander of the Flaming Fist Mercenaries in Baldur's Gate, and he was arresting Hell Riders on sight, claiming that they would be rabble-rousers and trouble starters. It more or less seems that he is trying to get himself a promotion, and it may be that he's just trying to avoid any conflict. But with a little bit of quick thinking, they were able to quickly change their disguises into regular clothing, make their way through another gate in the city, and headed to meet a contact of Rhea Mantlemorn, the 17-year-old prodigy Lieutenant Hellrider, who took them to the Elf Song Tavern. There they met with Tarina, a former colleague or associate of hers. It's kind of not completely defined as to what their relationship was, but, you know, while they were there, they were able to make a deal with her. She offered to give them whatever information they needed about Thabius Krieg or these cultists, some of the information to help them track down maybe what happened to the city of Alturel. But in return, she demanded that they help her deal with some people that were tracking her down and would be coming to the bar to try and attack her. She had heard the rumor that they were in town and assumed they would be making their way to her. So the party sit duck around for a little while and caught a group of pirates on their way in the door as they were causing a bunch of trouble. There was some clerical face melting, there was some paladin smiting, there was some roguish backstabbing, some bardic inspiration, and even some gnomish tinkering, if you don't mind. There was a lot of different things that took place, but either way, they were able to quickly wipe out the pirates, and Tarina, making good on her promise, had agreed not only to give them the information that they wanted, but also maybe even try and help smooth over some of the issues they were going to have with the Flaming Fist here within the city. She has some contacts that are willing to take bribes. But that's where we just last left off. She had agreed and gave you guys the information that she had, which was that several days after the fall of El Turel, several days prior to today, she had seen gotten rumor, should we say, of a covered wagon coming into the city containing Thabius Krieg. And the wagon itself was owned by Thalmara van Thamper, which is a duke, not the High Duke, but a duke of Baldur's Gate. And also that she owns a bathhouse just several blocks north of this tavern that is allegedly being used as a hideout of the Cultists of the Dead 3, which are the cultists you guys met and fought in the woods a couple of weeks prior. Or probably about 2 weeks prior. And that they may be the best place to search to get information on what the cult is doing and possibly what's happened to Thabius Krieg, who we've been looking for since episode 1. But yeah, I think that's a full recap. I did it. Did I kick ass or what? I feel good about it.
Oh yeah.
All right, so that's where we're picking up. We're right where we left off. It is nighttime, probably now about 11 o'clock in the evening, and we are currently still in the Elf Song Tavern. And you've regathered. You're finishing the meals that were purchased for you. You know, being able to hang out and enjoy a few minutes of luxury while Tarina explains all these details to you. So that's where we currently are now. I figured I'd give you guys this opportunity just in case there was anything else that we hadn't thought of or any other important information that we needed to deal with before you guys, made your decision as to what comes next. But she did encourage that maybe you guys make your way to the bathhouse first before directly confronting one of the dukes of the city. It's always good to have the best information, but you can continue to have that conversation with her.
The bathhouse, is it operational?
I'm trying to remember, did Tarina have a voice? She did. It is. The bathhouse is just like any other bathhouse in the city. It's typically privately owned. It's a nice place for those residents that can afford it to be able to take a nice bath from time to time, and it is still operational. It's actually known as the grandest bathhouse in the city, with both running hot and cold water. If I'm honest, it's where I take my showers when I need them. It's better than those that, peasants that have to go down to the ocean side and carry along a bar of soap.
How much would it be to get into this establishment?
It's only 2 silver. For a
No.
full spa day treatment, you're allowed to, hit the baths. They do have some small sauna areas, warm baths, cool baths, depending on what you prefer.
Ooh,
Scented
Sandia.
oils and masseuse on site. So they are only open, however, during the day. So you would probably have missed them by this point at night. But that may or may not be in your benefit, depending on whether you want to be seen there.
Hmm.
Ah,
Do we want to check it out tonight? Or do we want to wait until the morning?
I think we should rest first before
I'm
we
a
do
little,
anything.
yeah, I'm a little banged up.
Y'all had some long travels. It would be good to rest up.
I think resting is wise.
Definitely not a bad
I
idea.
mean, I feel fine.
Well, yeah, but you didn't get
It's-
stabbed. He did.
I've been stabbed, but
We both were stabbed.
Well, I
I
will
don't
say,
know.
if you do,
This healing is amazing.
if you do decide to wait till morning, I suggest that you would speak with a masseuse there, beautiful woman, human named Kurmila. She's a lot better than Jabaz. He's a little bit rough, and honestly, I like someone with something nice to look at while I'm there. And Camilla does fit
Hey.
the description. Wait a sec. I could copy and paste that into the description for you. But she does give you a name of one of the masseuse or masseuse. Is that? I don't know. What's the past tense plural? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Monsieur.
Sigh.
I think Monsieur.
I think it's Monsieur. Yeah. Either way, that is her name right there, and she recommends that that's her favorite. If you do go there by the day, you could speak with her or see her, depending on how you like to look at it.
Totally butchered that name while writing it down.
It's oh, moving myself. It is a challenging one, that's for sure.
Does it start with a K or a C?
With a Q.
That's a Q.
A Q.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the Roll20
Bless you.
chat if you want to check it out. Yeah, right.
Hmm.
Yeah, her name sounds like something you would a sound you would make if you had a cold, which I do, obviously. My sinuses have been at it for months. Damn weather change. But yeah, that gives you an opportunity. She also does.
Oh.
Hey, new follower. Thank you, Morgan. She does give you the option. She's already paid for your room for the night. But she, does tell you if you need to take a night and rest and recover after the work that you had put in for her, feel free to take advantage of the rooms that she had purchased for you, as well as all the amenities that this fine tavern has to offer. There is a smoking room where you can partake in fine tobacco, cigars, and other. That's sticky icky. Also, there is trying to think. There's a couple of dining rooms. There's card rooms upstairs where you can gamble and play several games. I can't remember the name of the game right off the top of my head, but there is several games that you could play there. Just things like that. But she tells you if you're wanting to take until the morning. Thank you, Baldur's Bones. Somebody knew this. Absolutely. Yeah, if you want to take it till the morning, you can play, Baldur's Bones, Three Dragon Ante, card games, things to that effect. But otherwise, if you wanted to make your way out tonight, might be an opportunity. But she makes sure to pay for all of your meals. She, buys all your drinks for the evening. She's rather pleased with the work that you have done for her. She'd also make sure to give you description while she's at it of the ship that you just inherited if you so choose to take it.
On the one hand, I'd love for us to take it. On the other hand, I feel like we'd get in even more trouble.
Right.
Well,
Either way, it will be in the docks when you want it. I'll make sure to have my men clear out anything that we can. Anything that might cause you too much trouble, I will have cleared out if you'd wish. As it appears, I have a new man for that. And she points to the man in the corner that's still wearing no pants, looking rather depressed at his misfortune,
Oh,
as
poor
he was
man.
the
Well-
one surviving member of the pirate's crew from the night previous.
I know we don't have to worry as much about the guards now, but that wouldn't be a bad place to lay low every now and again if things do get a little hairy.
That's
To be
true.
honest, Baldur's Gate has never had too much of a problem with pirates, if I'm being truthful. They don't mind when those characters pull into dock.
But of course, not. I would know that you would not get yourself involved in these types of things. A woman such as yourself.
I have had my history, but I'm trying to be a better woman nowadays. That, and I have enough money left from the last job to last me a good while. I don't see any need for that type of life anymore. I prefer sitting around sipping drinks instead of fearing for my life.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I definitely need the rest.
I mean, I can sleep, I suppose, but I don't know. I guess I can also keep watch, maybe take a short nap.
That would probably be a good idea.
I mean, we could just have you all take a rest. I only need like 4 hours, and I can still keep an eye on the surroundings while I do so.
You are clever to keep an eye on yourself. Baldur's Gate is a fierce city at times. And even though taverns and inns should be a place for respite, Baldur's Gate is one of the few places where you should always never travel alone. Take a friend. And if you do stay the night, make sure to double lock the door. I'll make sure
My
that
mind.
while I'm here, at least, no one will interfere with you, but I don't plan on staying the remainder of the night. I will be leaving at some point, hopefully with somebody. And she kind of turns at Rhea and gives a wink.
Nice.
I worry.
Shall we retire to our rooms?
Well, if you do choose to trust me with your life, so to speak, I will make sure to keep an eye out while I rest as well. As I do not wish to intrude upon your group of friends.
It is not an intrusion. You're
Very
a
much.
very big help to us tonight.
You kept some of us alive very well.
That is very true.
Uh, for sure, yes. I was seeing lights at the end of tunnels and all that. Now I feel great. Well, kind of. Knee still creaks again.
Can you tell us if it's going to rain tomorrow?
That's- where I'm from, we don't get much rain. I have not found out any connection yet.
So that's a no.
I assume not. I ask a weatherman.
Are you asking about the weather? Was that the question?
Mm,
If anyone has,
Yeah, Matt.
oh,
It was
sorry,
more if he could tell if the weather.
it.
Yeah, it was asking if he could tell if the weather was going to be rainy tomorrow because of his creaky knee.
Ah, okay. I will say if you want to, you're more than welcome to do survival or nature to try and guess. But I thought I heard that part right, but I wasn't 100% sure as to why the conversation. I missed it for a second. I was catching up with Chad here.
If it rains, we will get wet. If it doesn't rain, we will enjoy the sun.
Well,
Can't argue with that.
we're going to a bathhouse either way, so I'm not really too worried about rain.
well, if it wouldn't be too much, I would love to travel along with you guys and get to know a little bit more about the whole situation and everything that's going on.
All
Very
right.
welcome to.
Sure.
If we are going to retire, I will be more than happy to take the first watch.
I can take second. I've got an idea for something I need to work on.
Hey, don't worry about the
Nice.
watch. I only need
I
a couple. So I'm good.
I might need the night for something.
If you plan on spending the night, I'm trying to remember. I believe it's rooms. Okay, let me see. E12 and 13. So upper floor on this map. Let's see. So this room right here is available. So they actually only have 2 rooms. You're gonna have to share a room, but they are very large double beds. And I'll go ahead and say that there's probably even some pull-out mats on the floor as far as that goes for anyone else that has, the 5th party member. The room that is right next to it does have an occupant, and this room right here, based off what you can see and the amount of locks on the door, you would only assume belongs to the tavern owner themselves. Assuming I'm remembering that correct. It might be this one. I can't remember exactly which room is which. But yeah, there is, 2 rooms have been purchased for you with double beds. So you can set up the rooms, you can hear each other through the wall pretty easily. Yeah, well, not super easy. They're thick brick walls, but, it's at the same time, may take a little bit of work. Hey, thank you for the support. I haven't got a chance to catch what or
Oh, yeah.
who it is, but thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. I will
It's
get
from me.
that.
Woo!
I will get to that in just one sec.
We got some support here. Maybe.
Whoop,
Hopefully.
whoop.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm not sleeping with any of y'all in one bed. I'll just sit on the floor. I'll be fine.
I
don't-
hardly
I
take any
meditate.
space at all.
I don't sleep.
mean-
I
Of
meditate.
course.
We're fine.
No. But of course, you should get the bed, and we should sleep on the floor.
No.
I mean,
Wait, what?
the gnomes make up like half
No.
One person together.
Y'all have been traveling quite some far times. I
Thank
will
you
be
very
just
much
fine
for
with
the
just
support.
floor.
It will be added at the most at the most appropriate time. Let's put it that way. I will make sure
I'm
to get that
concerned
in there
now.
for you.
I am heavily concerned now.
Yes.
No, nothing to be concerned about. No, nothing to be concerned
That's
about.
what they all. When the DM says
No,
that,
no,
you
no.
know you're fucked.
The
No,
forces
they're all
of
there.
evil are growing every day. What's another member joining their ranks?
Alright, I
Thank
can
you.
join them.
Thank you, Not a Cop, for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. All right. But yeah, if you guys want to grab some sleep, what type of provisions do you put in the way to actually, barricade yourselves in this room? Do you
So-
padlock the doors? Do you set
Whoever
alarm.
is
Which
in the
two
room
rooms
with
is it?
me doesn't have to worry about it.
It would be these two rooms. So it's on the
Okay.
second floor, and it's those two rooms right there.
I'll
You
just-
do
before-
hear that there is someone in the room next to you, as far as that goes. They make very little noise, and actually the only reason that you know they're there is because as you make your way up the stairs, there is a bar staff attendant that is gathering food that has been set out in front of the door and placing a new tray along with several blankets. You do see a hand reach out and grab the food, and a set of eyes barely peeking through a darkened door. But as soon as they realize that someone is coming close to the door, they immediately grab the food, yank it in, and slam the door shut,
Nice.
as if they
Do I
didn't want
spot
to be
anything?
seen.
Do I spot anything interesting about the hand?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I was about to ask the same.
Yeah,
40.
absolutely.
Can I make one as well?
Yeah. Anyone that wants to, feel free to make it a
Perception, right?
check. Yeah, perception. Sorry.
Oh, I see
I'm-
nothing.
I may have said the
It's-
wrong thing. I've been running too much vampire lately. I keep saying stuff like wits and awareness. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Double check to make sure I know what I'm looking at. Yeah. Okay, so we have a 13, a 22, and an 8. Both of you, both Maxwell and Allie. The hand moves far too quick for you to really notice much. Maxwell, you notice something is definitely off, but not able to catch it quite as well. I think, if nothing else, it may be the fact that you see a slightly yellowed eye. That happens to be what glances back at you. Vanril, you would absolutely notice that the hand that reaches out and grabs the plate is webbed and scaled, like that of a fish or a frog person or something like that. And it seems to immediately withdraw back into the door.
It's a Frenchman.
It's a Frenchman, obviously.
Look.
Oh, I apologize, all of France.
Let's see.
But no, that is, yeah, you do see a you know what, actually, let's see, if you would like to, with a nature check, nature or history, either way, you're more than welcome to try and see if you can identify it purely based off the hand and features that you saw.
Both are the same, so I'll just do nature.
I am
Oh, well.
loving all the support tonight, guys. Thank you very much.
Word.
There is a handful of different creatures that could fit the description of webbed fingers, with a humanoid size and shape, but still with webbed or scaled fingers, more or less like that. Couple of the options stand in the area of Yuan Ti. Let's see. What's the frog people? I'm trying to remember what they are. It's not the grung.
The
It's the one
Swagan?
that's slightly above that. Sahagin would definitely be another one
Hmm.
amongst the list of possibilities.
What about Kuato?
Kuatoa, thank you. That's it. Yeah, those are the three that comes to the top of your mind. Is Kuatoa, Sohagen, or possibly even Yuan Ti, but typically those are more scaled like a snake.
Hmm.
Oh my god, thank you guys for all the support tonight. I am catching
Hell yeah.
ding after ding after ding. I'm having trouble even keeping up with it, but I love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And make sure to keep up with all of these.
We're just going to get 18 owlbears in the next encounter.
That's
Yes.
what I'm thinking is going to happen. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's just say
No!
that both the forces of good and evil are strongly at work tonight.
Oh, that's good.
I think Flora has changed sides. I was pretty sure she was a what do you call that? evil doer through
Oh.
and through, but she may be joining the team. Either way, thank you guys so much.
Thinking
Go
was
review
it
my
he just
page, make sure I didn't miss anything.
Okay. Vanriel
Please
just sort of
continue.
Vanriel just takes sort of a look at it and just sort of just a little strange look before just continuing to his room.
I'm just gonna go into one of the rooms. I'm gonna sit in the corner, like just meditating and get my back against the wall, just chilling.
Okay, absolutely.
Absolutely zero fucks given because I don't need sleep.
Maxwell is going to actually cruise around the inn first, gathering up all of the spare scrap metal and wood that he can find.
Absolutely. So going around the tavern, or are you leaving the tavern, or just inside the
No.
tavern?
I'm not nearly dumb enough to leave the tavern. Nah, he's just going to check like the tavern itself as thoroughly as possible.
Gotcha. I will say, as far as that goes, you've actually been warned that the taverns are probably more dangerous than the dark alleys in this place. So it's a coin toss anyway. But yeah, you can acquire a great deal of scrap metal just from laying around. Forks, spoons, silver, knives, candelabras. Let's see. Even mugs with hinges and things like that. There's a great deal of little pieces of metal accessories that you can find. Also, I should take the time to mention it. Numo, you've been shown some love. You have advantage. You have an inspiration token at your choice.
Ooh,
Awesome.
He's gonna need it.
congratulations!
Somebody
Numa will be hiding
vibes
in
with the clown. They're down with the clown, so to speak.
the cloud. Numa will be hiding in the wardrobe, second drawer, for his sleep. So whichever
Nice.
room he's in,
There is
you'll
plenty
have
enough room.
like a trunk monkey.
Yeah, you just crawl up in there. They can close it behind you. You got a pillow and a blanket in there. You have all the room you need, man. Yeah,
Just
that's,
tucked under a folded shirt.
as I've said before, fits easily into any overhead storage compartment. And that goes for,
Yep.
regular storage compartments, I guess, too.
So
Yeah, but awesome.
whenever everyone is in the room, whichever room I'm staying in,
Okay.
when everyone else is in there, I would like to cast alarm on the door.
Nice. Speaking of which, does it matter to you guys who picks what room? Do we do boys and then one girl, or do we shove someone in the room with her? Alejandro, are you making your move?
I meditate. I don't sleep. Be warned. I will melt your
Anyone
face.
wants to-
I have no idea if she has shown interest, but Alejandro is being a gentleman.
Gotcha. I about to say, I mean, as far as that goes, if you want, you could put Numo in there. He's in the drawer anyway, so you could just close it and latch it if you wanted to.
The only
But
thing
either
I'm
way,
worried about- the only thing I'm worried about is we split up. We're not going to be able to watch each other.
would you guys like to share a single room?
I mean,
It is an option. Thank you very much, Van Mortem, for the Prime sub. Amazing, thank you.
I don't know if I would. I mean, I'm the biggest of all of us, so I'm like 6 foot, and there would be 2 double beds. So
And then you got two small ones that can share.
The rooms
Like-
are pretty decent size, and it is a rather
Yeah.
large, like king size bed. So, like, honestly,
Y'all
you
four
could
will
fit.
fit. Y'all be fine.
Yeah, you could fit 2 to 3 people in there, uncomfortably. You guys, everyone except for Serial, you guys have been camping together in a small tent all week. You
Y'all
know what
are
I mean?
used to this shit.
Even
Yeah.
piled on top of each other in this, room together is still luxury compared to what you guys have had for the last 10 day on the road with, camping with 1,000 other people.
Well-
Refugees that haven't had a bath.
Wait, you guys are getting tents?
for for a very specific, for a reason, Vanriel would choose the room that has the least amount of people in it, though. There's a
okay.
reason.
He's afraid of
Interesting.
heights.
In that case, You guys tell me. Do we put the 2 more holy people in one room, and then the 3 in the other? That's a possibility.
That's probably
The
for the
tiny
best.
room.
Serial, would you
Probably
allow?
for the-
Would you consent to this?
Daryl doesn't care. She don't sleep anyways. It's fine.
Fair enough. So our 2 holy crusaders in one room, and the 3 others in the other room. That actually leaves you quite a lot of room there, Alejandro. You got one person sleeping in the drawer, and Maxwell can just curl up in a little square on one side. You're good to go. You got plenty of room.
I only need one pillow.
I mean, so
Right,
does
yeah.
Vandrel. He doesn't have to share the bed.
That's exactly it.
I'm just
also
going
go
to
cast
make
the
myself
alarm on the
comfortable
door.
in a chair and just go into a watch for at least about 3 hours
Okay.
before he wakes Maxwell up.
Sounds good. All right, so you keep an eye on it. You take watch, and in the other room, you set alarm on the room. And what is it that you're doing in there that requires so few
He
people?
Oh, and
I
he
don't
also,
want
starts
to know.
to. Oh, go ahead.
Alejandro will lock the
Alejandro.
door.
Okay, absolutely.
He starts to sit there and sort of focus, given what between last time and this one, this is whenever he would have got his oath. So he sort of
Ah,
sits there and for this night starts to sort of focus and try to let the sort of it come to him in a sense. Try to focus on what
okay.
is he's meant.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this would be kind of like the point in which you take your oath of devotion as a watcher?
Watcher.
I
Yes.
thought so. I kind of feel like,
Yeah.
I'd have to think of like a specific deity that maybe that might fit towards. I know you didn't really want to go with like super piety, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things like that. Um, but I do know that Helm was kind of known as the Faerunian god of watchers and protectors. Those, guards and paladins both would worship this person. So maybe something in that
All
area.
right.
But altogether, yeah, it's through. It takes several hours, but as you kind of focus your all of your mental focus into this pledge, this vow that you make to, not only kind of avenge what happened to El Terrell, but to assure that the people of El Terrell will suffer no more, and that you will make your pledge to all of its citizens and the city, wherever and whatever is left of it, that you offered your service to it, so to speak. And it is 3-4 hours in, before you kind of feel a warmth and a radiance kind of lock over you, followed by a cold and resounding strength that kind of embodies you. And with your eyes closed and a flash, you just see a singular eye lit on the a singular eye drawn or printed on that of a heavy iron gauntlet. Just this strong, steady, cold steel gauntlet with a single eye, a watchful eye, printed on it. And you feel the assurance that someone out there has heard your decree and stands beside it. Very,
All right.
very nice. I didn't think about it. I'd almost forgotten that this was the level which you take your oath.
I mean,
But-
I'm just over here meditating and like, just barely watching this weirdo.
You would
Or
actually,
just-
you would very well notice that he sits there
Yep.
quietly and almost intently for a very long time. But at some point, several hours into the night, you can feel almost like a breeze pour through the room, even though the windows are closed, and then immediately a radiant warmth, something that you felt before. When you find a tasty piece of knowledge, or dive into something that you hadn't heard before, or something that inspires you. When you feel Ogma travel into you, it's almost like that, but it doesn't come to you, and you're waiting for the message or word, or visions that you typically get from your deity, but they don't come, but you're still surrounded by that same warmth and radiance. It feels very protective. You feel safe for a moment. And after the first 4 hours-ish are up, Alejandro, you relieve your watch and allow someone else to take over, I assume?
Yeah, I wake up Maxwell.
Okay.
And it is your watch.
Good. I've got work to do.
All right.
And I'll go down and I'll go curl asleep on the bed.
Absolutely.
So as soon as he goes to sleep, Maxwell's going to try and be very quiet while he's doing this, but he's going to start accumulating all those scrap materials and begins building them together
Okay.
into the rough shape of a dog.
Into the rough shape of a dog. I believe I know what this is. It's crude at first, but with a little tinkering and a little, accessorizing, this could absolutely look like, your run-of-the-mill canine, but with a few extra little tidbits, I would assume.
Oh yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry.
no, all the pieces won't be directly attached together, but rather almost like floating around a central core, made up mostly out of the discarded silverware.
Awesome. I absolutely love it. Yeah, you create this mechanical anomaly, and with a little bit of magic, I believe it kind of gains its own. I don't want to say sentience. I don't believe that's quite the answer, but animation. It becomes animated. If it could, it would absolutely give you a bark. You know what I mean? But yeah, you've created your. I believe this is your turret thing.
Steel Defender.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Awesome. 4 hours go by. Siriel, you wake up from your trance and have time to study and look over whatever tomes that you find. There is actually a nice guide in the in each of the rooms. That's Volo's Guide to Baldur's Gate. It is printed and published in every room. And each copy is absolutely signed. You feel like he has forced every tavern and inn in the city to put this in there. It's like, nah,
I'll just grab it and
throw
start
away all
reading
these
it.
Bibles, man. Let's put in my book, And you
I mean,
you
I'll
find
start
a
reading
hand.
it because it's better than anything else.
Awesome. I tell you what, give me an investigation check if you don't mind. I'll even give you advantage at this because this is right up your area of expertise as
No, I'm
a
good.
investigator. All right, investigation 19. You definitely pour over this book and you're able to complete it within 4 hours. Even though it's a pretty thick tome, rather wordy. The guy took a lot of liberties. You're not sure exactly how much of this is true. But by the end of it, you have a pretty decent knowledge of Baldur's Gate. Anytime that you need to make any information or history checks, I will give you advantage for the rest of the campaign on Baldur's Gate
Oh,
since
yeah.
you took the time to read the book. But yeah, that'll give you a little bit of a heads up if you need to recall any lore about the city. Now I just have to actually remember it. But
I
that
wrote it
works.
down.
4 hours go by. You hear a couple of sounds. You definitely hear a bar fight or two throughout the night, which all resolve in a raucous amount of drinking and cheering directly after. But none of it seems to pour its way up to your door. And you guys both get a good night. You all get a good night's rest and wake with the Baldarian morning as the sun is rising over the east where Elturel used to be. What do you guys do when you wake up?
I'm gonna check to see if Andrew's still alive.
If
He
Vandrel's still alive? He is,
currently
surprisingly.
yeah, still just sort of laying there.
You kept waiting for checking, right?
I will say, I assume after your devotion, you did actually get yourself some rest, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Nobody has any exhaustions then. Numo, you find that it's a lot harder to get out of this drawer from the inside than it was to get in it, but you manage.
This drawer is stuck. Anyone on the other side?
Your
Can
dresser
I
is
open it for him?
shaking and talking to you. Yeah, absolutely. It's not stuck. It's just harder to open from the inside. I once made the mistake as a child of climbing inside my refrigerator and learned that it's a lot harder to open these doors from the inside. But yeah, you guys wake up, get your gear gathered up. It's, you can hear the sound of, you can smell, first off, you smell breakfast being cooked downstairs. You can smell cooked meats, coffees, fresh ale. You know what I mean? All of the above being cooked downstairs, and you know that
All you can
your
hear is
room
my
and
stomach growling.
right. Well, room and board has been covered by Tarina. That was what she had told you. So whenever you make your way down, you do see that there are, tables and patrons that are already making their way in for their morning meals.
All right.
Alejandro will sit down to a very large breakfast because we haven't eaten in we haven't had like real food in a while.
Yeah, well, let's say the
Alright.
night previous you had gotten a meal. Tarina did buy you dinner, but yeah, still, like that hunger is still settling in, from the weeks on the road.
Where one of us was apparently subsiding entirely on berries and air.
he had a lot of naps for dinner. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just gonna grab a plate of food and just gonna sit on a chair here just by the fire. Chill.
As
Then
you go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. I say Venro kind of sort of goes to the bar and looks at the bartender, like the tavern owner or whoever behind the bar, and goes, "Sorry for the mess last night."
He says, it's not the worst that's ever happened around here, and honestly, if you look over at that table, and you turn around to see a table that has been absolutely smashed to pieces and then half taped and glued back together, he's like, that one wasn't even you. There was 2 more fights after you went to sleep. I don't know, I'm sure you heard it, but it's Baldur's Gate. It's what it is. People
Yeah.
get drunk, they get rowdy, they want to piss off someone, and next thing you know. Yeah, we're used to it around here, no worries, man. Honestly, those lot that came in were looking to cause me a much more trouble than you did. I actually owe you a bit of thanks. If your meal wasn't already on the house, I'd be giving it to you, but here, this is for you. And he hands you a small letter that you see that's just a piece of paper been folded in half. And upon taking a look at it, it is a thank you. And it just says, I appreciate all your help and hope you all the best fortune. If you need me, here's where you can contact me in the city. And it lists an address. And it's signed T.
Yeah, looking up, he sort of just chuckles and says, "Well, you don't steal a man's potato."
I know,
It is
right?
known.
Who the hell does that? But yeah, he gathers whatever food you guys want. Like I said, he does explain that Tarina has already covered the cost and, sent her thank you before she made it out, claiming that she made it out the night previous, rather happy having won a decent amount at a game of dice and cards. She made her way around the tables, and it seemed that luck was extremely in her favor.
Oh, we never check the bodies.
So how bad is that table damage?
It's pretty wrecked. I mean, if you're looking to mend, it would take you a couple of rounds, but you could put it back together for him.
Yeah, I would do that. That would be nice.
It only takes 6 seconds to cast mending, which is 1 foot, and it's like a 3 foot by 3 foot table. So what is the math on that? Something like 9. I don't know. Yeah, it'd take you like 9 rounds. In a minute or 2, you can whip this table back into shape. The fact that somebody else has already reassembled it, put all the pieces mostly back together, makes it a lot easier. And
Yeah,
as you do, he says, I'll be damned. If you ever considered a job, I could use a repairman. We go through tables like I go through underwear. At least
I
Wait, how
two,
many
appreciate
three
people are
that.
times a
drunkenly
month.
smashing into his underwear?
Yeah, he laughs and says at least 2, 3 times a month.
Well,
It's too much information.
I'll stick to healing people mainly.
Well, very well, but if you're ever around, I'm sure I'll have work for you. Either way, I hope that you do well. I appreciate what you did. Like I said, those ruffians were looking to cause more trouble than what the lot of you did cleaning them up. So, I'll take it for what it is. And, as with all taverns, the Flaming Fist could give a damn, so... I think 2 of them were over there drinking when it happened. I never saw one lift a cup. At least you took the time to do so.
Well,
Yeah.
We lifted the cup.
Oh yeah, you did. You lifted a cup right into somebody's face, right through
He's right
somebody's
in his
face.
face.
It raised the
into a
cup for
wall.
that guy. Yeah, absolutely.
Is it still stuck in the wall over there? Oh,
No, he retrieved the cup, but you can absolutely still see the damage where it went through. You know what I mean?
I go over there and I start also using mending to fix the hole in the wall I left.
Nice. The bartender, whose name by the way is Alan, is blown away. He is not used to people
Not as much as
actually
that guy
cleaning
was.
up the mess that they have made. But he is incredibly thankful for all that you have done at this point.
Look, I got a cleric and a paladin looking at me. I gotta fix my mess.
Yeah, his name is Alan Aelith. He is a half elf. Looks to be, by looks, he would be in his 20s, maybe 30. He's rather young, good-looking guy. So you're not sure how old he
Single?
is from his elven years, but he would appear to be late 20s, maybe. Are you asking him? That would be the
No,
question there.
absolutely not. Hell no.
Actually,
My cleric is way too shy for that shit.
as he sees the work that you've done, he says, "Hey, I typically don't offer this to those in the adventuring life, but with all the work that you've done, it only seems right. If while you're in the city you ever need anything financially, I've had a bit of good luck with the bar, and I do lend money from time to time at fair prices. I mean, there is interest, but I take care of those that take care of me. If you ever need a couple of dollars to get you by or to get you started, I thought I would offer. Typically, I don't offer this to adventurers, as they tend to run off before they make their payments, but the lifestyle being what it is, but I would, mention it at least. Don't tell anyone else. The rest of these sorry sacks won't even pay their tabs, let alone pay my debts.
It's greatly appreciated, sir.
Anytime.
appreciate it.
Good to meet good people. Nice to know there's still a few good souls left in this world.
And now is when we find out our rogue's been pillaging the lockbox this whole time.
I was about to say
Meanwhile,
something.
Numo's in the back.
Numo's gonna be like checking out the breakfast. If there's like anything that resembles a scone, he's going to like take all of them, like just a whole pile of scones or something.
Nice. You were able to
just that.
load up on scones. Continental breakfast. He's got bagels and scones and all the typical hotel food, right? Little pre-made bowls of cereal that you could put the milk right in there. Yeah, you got all the amenities for sure. But yeah, it's up to you
So
guys. I'm
you-
not gonna race you out the door. You can do whatever you like. So.
Well,
So are we ready to go onward to this bathhouse?
well,
I
I
could
don't
use a
have
good
much else
bath.
to do.
Let's check it out.
I know, I know my clothes need washing. I need washing. It would be, this would be at least something that I would very much enjoy, even though we would be also gathering information for our quest.
this is
Two birds, just
definitely
one stone.
right up Alejandro's wheelhouse for sure.
Right, we can
Well,
all just have a nice bath.
based on the information that you were given, the bathhouse is only a few blocks north of where you currently reside. Let me see if I can pull up the Baldur's Gate map here. Throw you on it real fast. Okay. It's right here in the East Way.
We walking right in, or we want to take a walk around it first?
Well, I say we do both. Have one or two of our more presentable members head in and start asking nicely, and then the rest of us kind of just take a poke around the outside edge, see what's going on up there.
I volunteer for the bath.
I'll volunteer to go inside also.
I say the two smaller ones probably be the better suited to sneak around.
Oh, you think just because we're small that we're naturally great at sneaking?
Not just
Well,
because
we
you're
are,
small,
but
but it helps.
I would have just said yes.
You want me to try to sneak?
that's a fair point. Let's go check it out.
You rattle and shake.
That's good stuff. But yeah, you guys are easily able to make your way a couple of blocks north and head towards this bathhouse. See if I can remember the name of this place right off the top of my head. Let's see. So that's the tavern. Da.
I don't think you ever gave
Alright.
us the name, because otherwise I would have written it down.
Yeah, I don't think I have a name for it, which is strange, but that's alright. Let's see. Let me go ahead and get you over on the map then.
Probably just Bantham per bathhouse or whatever it is.
No, I don't think it is I think Torino would have told you it is not publicly known.
Gnomes, like discount. It only fit on one of your legs.
I don't
I'm assuming
understand
you
how they
guys can
fit
hear
so
me
well.
again.
Hello.
Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, it seems to be happening
That's
every time I
alright.
trade maps. Let's hope it doesn't continue to happen. Apologize. I'm gonna have to look into like refreshing the cache or something on this website. The maps are a pretty high res image. By the way, I do want to thank. Oh man, bear with me a second, because someone did the maps for this, and I want to make sure to give them credit every game that we play.
Yeah. I remember you mentioned it
'Cause-
last game, but I can't remember what the name was.
Yeah, I got it right here. I just have to pull up one of the full maps.
I'm pretty sure it was on the map of the tavern.
It is. As soon as it loads, the Witchy Witch Adventures. That's it. Witchy Witch Adventures on Patreon. Go check them out if you ever need maps, man. They did a great job of putting together all the maps for this place. Every one of the maps that were in the game, which if you guys bought the actual Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus book, the maps were very generic for some reason. It felt like this whole book was very rushed. Like they're just blueprint maps, you know what I mean? So they did a great job actually putting together really nice maps for this one. But anyway, you guys pop up right down here. I'll go ahead and throw you on the screen. You kind of right here at the bottom of it. There's a lot of you guys now. Look at this. Alright, there you go. So you're on the map. We've got the bathhouse right here. Let's see. The bathhouse is a one-story stuccoed building with a stained glass windows and a clay roof tiles. 10-foot tall walls enclose a large courtyard outside the southeast corner of the building. The closed wooden doors to the courtyard are engraved with images of smiling nymphs dancing and frolicking in water. So that's what you would see as you approach the doorway. You do see that the doors are meant to just simply be opened, and as you open them during the day, they are open, and you can make your way inside of the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the L-shaped courtyard features a trimmed lawn and nicely manicured shrubbery. The yard is decorated with white marble benches and stone fountains, each in the form of a smiling nymph tipping a jug that spills water into circular pool or stone basins.
We're sure it's water, not wine.
Would be nice, right?
You want to go test?
I mean, if you want to get all cleric up in here, you can pull some Jesus stuff, right? Pull a miracle and turn this water to wine. I'm sure the patrons would love you for it.
Yeah, I don't think the owners would though.
Yeah, that'd
Especially
be
not
hell to
whoever has
clean
to
out.
do the laundry.
That's what I was saying. It's
Well-
hell to clean out the drains, right? Somebody doing the
It's owned by
laundry.
the Van Damme.
Somebody's like, I was just doing my whites. But yeah, that's what you guys currently see whenever you get there. Is that is a rather nice courtyard. There's about 6 different people that are milling around the courtyard. You do see that some of them are wringing out their hair, enjoying the sun. It's a nice, bright, beautiful day. All that. There is a couple of them that have clothes that are hung. You know what I mean? As they've washed their clothing in the fountain basins, as you said. And allowing some of their clothing to hang on lines that are available to be hung. They seem to have just been freshly bathed. You can immediately smell like a flowery perfume that just wafts over this whole area. Like if you've ever been around like the exhaust vent of a dryer when they got a nice dryer sheet going on, like that's the smell just all over this place. You can smell warm, humid water, like mist in the air, and it all has the scent of perfume and oils, all over it. But yeah, you make your way into this initial courtyard, and that's what you would see.
Is there
Alright.
like a second entrance then, besides the main one? Like if we're
Yeah.
talking about going around the back, are there windows or doors along any of these sides?
So that's
What
entirely up
about
to you.
attendance?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What about attendance?
Like I said, there's probably about 4 or 5, maybe even we'll just say 5 people that are currently in the courtyard right here, scattered in. Actually, I have some commoner tokens we could throw in here. Whoop. I clicked on the wrong thing. So there's people milling around. As far as looking around, you did see that there were some windows on your way in. So there are places where you may possibly could have gained entrance other than through the front gates if you chose. But yeah, if you entered the courtyard, this is what you would see currently. And then if Numo, if you wanted to make a loop around the building first, you would have found that there are several windows in any of these little places, but they are stained glass windows. They're not the type that open. And also it keeps privacy, harder to see through stained glass. Keep the peeping toms at bay.
Yeah.
Though you do see openly that within the courtyard there are several people in their undergarments, you know what I mean, walking around as if like, hey, we all were just naked in there. As far as entrances go, two wooden doors right here lead into the actual bathhouse itself.
Well, there's no easy entrance without making a lot of noise. I guess
Well,
we all just
front
have to
door.
go through the front.
Front door it is.
You definitely have reason to be here. After 10 days on the road, both your clothes and your person smell rather effervescent.
Yes, y'all
So
ready to pass.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to make your way in. As you do, if you make your way directly into the front doors there, you would see, excuse me, as you enter into the actual front doors, there are another half dozen people on the inside. Let's see. We'll just throw a couple of people in tubs around through here, sitting on benches and lounging, so to speak. There you go. But yeah, as you make your way in, there's a half a dozen people. Yeah, there's a half a dozen commoners that are, as I said, in full undress, currently bathing themselves. Inside here, the warm steam hits you immediately. And again, that smell of flowers and perfumes is just rolling through your senses.
I'm just leaving these people behind. I'm gonna go to the nearest dressing room, get undressed, and pay the patron, whoever it is, the money to enjoy a nice warm bath.
You do see a gentleman that is, well, to be honest, you're not 100% sure that it's a gentleman. The person that meets you at the door is rather androgynous. You know, a little bit of characteristics of both genders,
Yeah.
so to speak. You're not 100% sure. That would be, let's see, that one. We'll just change their token so you can identify them. Which would meet you at the door. But as far as changing rooms go, you don't see any rooms that say changing, but you do see several naked people around you that have clothes laying next to them and assume that they did it there. The walls of this 20-foot high pillared chamber are adorned with frescoes of bathing royalty. Natural light streams through the stained glass windows, creating colorful patterns on the tiles of polished blue marble that cover the floor. 3 shallow sunken basins containing scintillating wrong word. Scintillating perfume scented water, white marble benches bearing stacks of dry towels are situated near the pools, each of which comes equipped with a pair of brass faucets. So again, as like at each pool that you see, this is something that probably would actually, may not be something everybody's accustomed to seeing, is that each pool has this elaborate set of brass faucets that, again, much like outside, look like these nymphs kind of pouring bowls, but you see, levers on them, and there is hot steaming water pouring out and circulating in. If you actually look at the pools itself, you'll see that there is a small series of holes around the top that keeps them draining out and the water circulating like a pool would, or a bathtub if you overfill it, But the water is just constantly pouring into these basins. People don't seem to have much worry, when it comes to going into a bathhouse about hiding themselves. You know what I mean? It's just part of the process
Yeah.
in this fantasy world. But that's what you see, and like I said, you are approached by a person right away, and they would introduce themselves as Jabaz. Good to meet you. I am pleasure to make your acquaintance, and if you could just simply tell me what services you require, I will make sure that you are given the highest treatment. What could I do for you? And then you see them, this is a very Alejandro equal right here, very flowery words, trying to give their best performance with every word that comes out and as they introduce themselves.
I am looking for a bath and possibly cleaning my clothes and maybe a massage.
You
Can
have
you?
very well come to the right place. Massage is my personal profession. I am a monsieur, and I would be happy to attend to you. There is also another here on site. That would be notes. I wrote down her name too. The
Camilla.
next. Did you? Oh yeah, yes. Thank you. I couldn't get to it fast enough, but yeah, absolutely. Cormila. She says, Camilla is right there if you would prefer, or I could take you into here. And this person points to both the upper and lower rooms. As far as your bathing services and all of your masseuse needs, it will be 5 silver per person, and you are welcome to stay and enjoy yourself as long as you wish.
What about is cleaning the clothes also included in the 5 silver fee?
Absolutely. Bear with me. And you see them snap their fingers, and a handful of simply dressed attendants are helping others, handing out towels, things like that. And you see them moving and pressing clothing. So you actually saw a couple of these people in the same plain white, but very simple, almost like a bathrobe, but a little bit more, you know. Uh, it's just light garments, but it's almost a uniform. And they were washing some of the clothes outside. Absolutely, I would be happy to help you. And you see them
Thank you
tip
so
their
much.
head and willing to take whatever clothes that you have. And as they take your clothing, they offer you towels. Anyone else that wishes to partake. And of course, masseuse services are available one at a time, of course. But you're welcome to see either Jabaz, the person that is introduced to you, or Kermila, which is a hell of a name to say for me, who is available to take care of massages as well. And that's what these 2 rooms to the north and south are there.
Do we
So yeah,
see anybody we recognize?
go ahead and give me a perception check. Anyone else that wants to, feel free.
Yeah, I'll roll a perception check on that.
He-
Since I know different people than them.
Um,
Oh, I rolled twice. Count those just the first one.
No worries.
Well, you got 2 eyeballs, so
you got 2 eyeballs.
It's all good. We'll just go with the first. Too bad you can't use that second one, right? You did a lot better on the second.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nice. All right, so we got a 19, a 20, and a 12. Taking a look around, if there was somebody here that you would recognize them. Currently, you don't. So you're pretty sure that these are patrons of Baldur's Gate. A lot of the features that you have known for people in the area, which is pretty similar to Elturel. You know, you would notice them, demographically, or I guess is the way to put it, cultural differences between different areas within the Sword Coast. They all look like locals and things like that. Maybe there's a few that have traveled in from, farther places. But you specifically don't recognize anyone. Also, you don't see anyone that stands out as suspicious. Especially, let's see. Sorry, Maxwell, Allie, you know what I mean? You paying very keen attention to that. Definitely don't see anyone that seems suspicious or to be eyeballing you. Nobody's watching you intently, anything like that.
So, one question I do have on arriving to the building, did we get a general how it looked like on the outside, like the shape?
You did. You
So,
definitely would have had a chance to take a look at that.
yeah. Was it Van Rose wants to sort of look around and see if everything looks the same, because it was told to us that it was a hideout for something else. So he wants to look around to see if there's anything that just seems off about the layout.
Somebody has keenly observed the unnatural L-shaped room on the corner of the map, I
Oh, I
imagine.
didn't even notice that shit. What?
Yeah, I tried to do, I thought about Fog of War or something like that. It just doesn't work anymore. I've tried
Yeah.
their Fog of War since the update. Go ahead and give me an investigation check, though, to see if you would have noticed it, though. You can use investigation
Yeah.
or perception to see if Van Roel would have noticed.
I mean, we are aware
Perception.
that.
Yeah. I didn't honestly. I
And
didn't even
based
notice
on the
it.
fact that you've been in and out, you can even roll with advantage if you want to.
Okay.
But honestly,
do-
good.
We
Go
are
ahead and do
aware
it, just
that
in
there is
case
a
you roll a
basement
nat 20.
somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, it's an 18.
With an 18,
Still
you
higher.
absolutely notice, from what you can see, that there does seem to be more space on the outside than what's claimed on the inside. you're having trouble peeking into the massage rooms, but these doors
Yeah.
are only like 3 feet. They don't go floor to ceiling. They're more like a saloon door that just swings open and lets people pass casually through. So you're able to peek in those rooms, and they seem to be square rooms. But on one side of the building, you absolutely did notice that there was an extra outcropping that seemed to be there. You didn't see any entrances specifically to that area, and looking in the room, you don't see any entrances inside either. There's no doorway that matches the description. But you would expect that there should have been something there. Absolutely.
I didn't even notice that, actually.
That's funny. I was just, I knew it was only a matter of time before somebody caught it, and I don't, hey, if it's there, I can't blame myself for not hiding it.
You pointed it out, and I was like, wait a moment, there is. Wait a second. Like, I realized at the same time
Witchy Witch Adventures, I love you, but, you could have gave us one extra room without that, or one extra map without that room, But yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you would notice that there is something there that stands out, but you're definitely not seeing a doorway or anything like that just obviously points it out. But yeah, you guys are all given, towels. I assume that everybody pays the 5 silver to get a bath and, massage therapy and all that fun stuff.
I want the full works.
Jabaz would absolutely take an interest in you, Alejandro, seeing you as someone that, is well dressed with clean clothes and things to that effect, and would offer... What's that?
In 10 days of travel, my clothes are not that clean.
Right. And there's even a moment where he just apologizes. Oh, goodness, these poor fine linens. I could see that you have someone of great taste. I will make sure they take extra fine care of all of these, I assure you. Please, come with me. Do not worry about a thing. Let them take care of this. We will get you cleaned up, and I will make sure to give you a personal massage myself. Meanwhile, you would see that Camilla would approach Sariel, who is also looking for the full treatment as well. And you would see that she is a female woman, or sorry, female human, that makes her way out of that room. And as she does, she says thank you to the person that she was attending to. And they make their way back out and seeming to go look for their clothing, as they just have a towel wrapped around them. But yeah, each of you are taken into private quarters and, for the most part, given a simple massage. Jabaz would spend a lot of time complimenting your clothing and style, and even make mention of... You would overhear him at numerous times. I'm trying to remember the deity of beauty in Forgotten Realms.
Aw, he's flirting with you.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember who it was. I was it Sune. You would even hear him say stuff like, Sune, help us, so that we can't get these stains out. We'll make sure they're taken care of. Things like that. Almost as if they are a follower of. And you would know that a lot of bathhouses and things, and places that deal with, or if you've ever been to a temple of Sun, they are typically a bathhouse. You know what I mean? That's how they worship themselves, by, taking care of their bodies and beauty.
Alejandro is going to try and get this guy to engage in gossip.
Absolutely. How do you initiate that conversation, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I ask him, tell me a little bit about your clientele. What kind of people frequent this fine establishment?
Okay. If you want to give me a persuasion check, or I think persuasion would probably be the best roll for that, right?
Okay.
While he's making that roll, Sariel, you are taken in and politely greeted by Camilla. She gives you all the courtesies that you would expect someone that is a professional at this job would give you. She turns her head as you disrobe in any way, trying to give you some room as you lay down on the massage table. She approaches softly and asks for permission before she begins. But then as soon as she does, it's like you are being kung fu'd. You know what I mean? She just starts into your back and dropping elbows on you, and you hear things pop and crack that you've never felt before. It's very abrasive, but at the same time, it's incredible. It's like with every pop that she makes, it's something new has been unlocked inside your soul. You know what I mean? That opens up as she's doing good work. What did we roll? An 18 on persuasion. Jabal says, "Oh, if I could tell you of all the things that have come through here, I can tell you of noblemen. I can tell you of noblemen's. What would he say? I'm trying to think of the word. Mistresses, and much more. In particular, there's quite a few among the dukes and duchesses of the city that I could regale you with, as long as you promise not to tell." And they kind of smile and giggle a little bit, but
I
they
could be
they do
most
begin.
discreet about that. Plus the fact I have things I can tell you about El Terrell.
From El Turel, my goodness. No wonder you look so rough. I heard what happened in the city. We've only just recently gotten word. Dear God.
It was
Uh,
very sad.
well, I greatly apologize. Well, let me see if I can entertain you a bit and brighten your spirits with a little bit of gossip. And he does. He immediately starts spilling every dirty secret that he's ever overheard about any noble
Okay.
or nobleman's family. And at one point he even does make mention to say, he said something to the effect of, "I also know that there's a secret someone who may or may not be affiliated with this particular bathhouse who has recently ostracized their own son, treating him as if he were an outcast amongst their own family. Scandalous for someone that's, let's just say, among the highest order within the city. It's a shame, really. I mean, such scandal could cause quite a controversy amongst a duke or duchess." And he kind of like emphasizes the second word. Um, I believe that
What
to
could
you is,
possibly, what possible kind of scandal could this person have been involved in
well,
that would have been so heinous?
well, it's. I don't know exactly why they've chosen to ostracize their own child, but I mean, simply a noble house should be a noble house. All involved, even those that have children of with issues throughout their childhood, and but one in particular. How do I say this? And he just kind of lays it out. He says, "I have heard that Duke Thalmera Vanthaper has actually been treating her own son as if he was a peasant in public. I know that he has a deformity or two, but my goodness, he's still nobility."
That is horrible. But still, it's their own son. How could they think to do something like that?
Well, just let me tell you, that woman is not all she's cracked up to be. She'd eat you alive if given half the chance. And she's tried it with half the other dukes in the city, I'm sure. But I'm sure her own family has as much problem with her as the rest of us do. God help us if she ends up being the new High Duke.
Being as this is, this fine establishment, there must be trysts that happen here.
Well, surely. I mean, of course we keep them out of the water, if that's what you're asking, but, we've definitely seen a nobleman or two leave from here and head to the Elf Song to the south with someone that's other than their own wives.
So, of course, there is nothing on premises. That, or can the bathhouse be rented for private occasions?
No, no, I mean, of course. Well, are you flirting with me?
And I'm not flirting with you. I am curious because I'm a man of discretion and I wish to find out, places that would be accessible to that discretion.
He definitely becomes rosy-cheeked and almost blushes a little bit. Well, I definitely admire your discretion. Let me just say that if there was any place on site that was available for such a thing, it would not be up to any standards. I would definitely say that you would want to take that business elsewhere. The only things we have around here, other than the bathhouse and these parlors, are, you know, dusty closets for garbage and refuse. That would be all. Give me an insight check.
You should think of expanding because I am sure there is a business in that.
Oh, surely. I would definitely agree. I have been considering. Well, never mind. I shouldn't say much. But go ahead and give me an insight check on this one. I'm kind of curious to see what you pick up here.
Okay.
Typically, I'd go with your passive, but I feel like you were already leaning into it, so.
I don't think it's going to be very good. 10.
No, with a 10, you feel like, pretty much what you're getting is at face value, it doesn't seem like he's trying to notably hide anything. I mean, he's been pretty forward with you about sharing whatever secrets he could. But with that, even with a 10 insight, you definitely believe that that he believes you are talking about him. It may be, a bit of an arrogance or pride of himself, but he definitely blushes a little bit as if he's thinking, "Oh, I might get lucky out of this situation." And kind of smiles and
adorable.
starts spending a little extra care on your massage. Nothing untoward, but just definitely doing the best job that he can. Meanwhile, in the southern room down here to the south. So let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you guys in rooms. There we go. Let's copy this and paste. Oop. There we go. You are being taken care of by... Man, why can I not remember that name to save my life? Carmilla.
Carmela?
Camilla is... Yeah, I'm just gonna say Camilla, because it's a lot easier. Carmilla,
Okay.
whatever, is currently giving you a nice massage and just asking simple, polite questions. How was your day? Anything exciting going on?
My day has been very good. Start with a good breakfast and all. How has your day been?
Busy. My hands are already starting to prune, but it is part of the job. Luckily, it's been an easier morning than some have been, but busy. This time of year, it always, as the summer sun starts to shine on others, they do love to look their best, especially among nobles and others.
You get a lot of noble clientele.
Oh, we do. We get noble. I mean, as I'm sure you can tell by the quality of service provided, nobility is definitely accustomed to coming here, as well as those in the higher echelons of the city. Unfortunately, I would love to help more, but those in the lower parts of the city don't get to enjoy such fineries. I have been known, though, on occasion, to try and go down to the shores where they bathe and take them oils and other scented goods. I see it as a bit of a kindness.
Well, I do have to say, you came highly recommended, and that recommendation was absolutely deserved.
Recommended? Me?
Yes.
Who had recommended me, if you don't mind me asking?
Her name is Tarina. Very lovely woman.
You would definitely catch, as you say, Tarina, she almost like stops. Her hands freeze for a second, and you can catch a bit of a gulp, and a heavy blush. Her cheeks turn rosy red. Yes, Tarina. She is, quite the enthusiastic one. I could imagine she would be very fond of me. Well, I'm glad that she, had recommended me. I do see her quite often. More and more so lately than I see some others. She looks almost like exhausted, like, dear God, if I could tell you all the times this woman has tried to take me home. You know what I mean? But just kind of, she continues on with her work. She says, but do be careful with her. I've heard stories of some of the crowd she runs with, though she may be, a Baldarian now. I've heard rumors of her past being more adventurous. Anyone that
There's
spends
something
that
wrong
much
with
time at the
nature.
elf song can't be all good, can they?
And life isn't fun if we're all pure good.
I guess there's a little bit of excitement for all of us, isn't there?
Exactly.
Kind of just smiles and continues going back on along with what she was doing. If you don't make any specific questions or anything like that, she'll just continue on with the massage until completed. Is there anything else that you try to question her about? Do you like as with Alejandro? Do you try to question her as well, or kind of let it slide, or?
Are there anything? Did you hear any interesting rumors, perhaps, out of late?
I think I'm catching a little bit of an echo from your end. Not a big deal, but um, you say, well, I try not to give away any rumors or secrets that I hear. Whatever's spoken behind these walls, I absolutely keep in confidence.
Ooh, royal. I like it. I think the echo is coming from you, by the way.
Not sure where it's come from, but I am hearing just a little bit of feedback. Apparently your mic's low too, so I'm gonna turn you up a bit. Oh, actually, it's as high as I can get you, but
Yeah, I'm speaking rather softly because I hear myself echo back.
gotcha.
I think if I speak louder, it will be only worse.
Yeah, let's say I'm not sure where it's come from, but I don't think it's my end. I got audio source going through the earpiece, so I can't get echo on my end.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I got like the little
Weird.
earbud thingies.
That's not too bad either way. But yeah, either way, like I said, she does insist that she doesn't try to spill any gossip or secrets, unless you really try to press her. She seems to have a firm set of morals on it. You know what I mean? But without more direct questioning or anything like that or whatever, she would try her best to change the conversation.
I mean, I don't have any direct questioning I would ask her because, like, it would be against my personal morals to press too far. Even though I am
Okay.
curious about knowledge, I still have my boundaries.
Absolutely. Yeah, at some point she would probably make conversation about, what you do for a living, things like that. If you mention anything of knowledge and history, she would actually kind of refer that she, though she's not a historian or a student of any kind or anything like that, she does admire learning and seeing all the different things. She says that she's actually taken a great deal of interest in plants and flowers that have different scents, smells, and medicinal healing purposes, things like that. And she would just start talking about that for the remainder of the time. So she may be able to share some insight there that is more nature driven than your typical learning, but she would
I mean, since
find
she's
it an
speaking
interesting.
about like uh herbal and stuff like that, there would put definitely potential for me to maybe pick up a thing or two that I don't know that could be beneficial in the future as a
Yeah.
for my medical knowledge.
Right. Yeah. For the most part, it just seems like a lot of her things are for cosmetic purpose. You know what I mean? Flower, scents, makeups, things like that. She doesn't spend too much
Sell a
time on it.
point.
Right. But yeah, you absolutely would gain some insight there. You know what I mean? And may come up handy in the future. Yeah. But what about the rest of you three? How are the other boys handling it out in the baths?
So Vanrill's probably, at least getting the armor off at the very least, to not
Right.
be this, big chainmail dude with sword and shield just walking through the bathhouse.
Right.
Sort of,
There are attendants to help with, dismantling armor. You see that there's
yeah,
others, you know what I mean, that have not necessarily like suits of armor, but there's like a higher noble that has a lot of extra what do you call that? Like flair. You know what I mean? They have
yeah,
a big sword that they wear for decoration, stuff like that. So
yeah,
they're used to helping people don and doff armor as necessary.
yeah. So he gets like basically all that off. He sort of, sets aside the sword and shield with it. And then sort of just takes a walk around for a minute, just sort of sort of looking at the place itself before anything else.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
yeah,
Taking a look around, like I said, things look pretty customary for what you would expect a bathhouse. Like I said, you definitely have taken note of the abnormal building structure. Kind of using spatial reasoning, you can guess that there is probably extra space here that's not being obviously seen, but without directly approaching to interrogate. Alejandro would be in the
Yeah.
room, of course, where that to be. But yeah, it seems like for the most part, people are just enjoying themselves. They're pretty uh open in here. Everyone's
Yeah.
exposed, so to speak. So there's not a lot of secrets being hidden for sure.
We're all running around naked.
Right. Maxwell, Numo, do you guys also jump in the bath? Do you partake in the pleasures of a bathhouse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Numo would have probably paid the 5 silver to use the bath, but not the massage. He's going to try to rob one of the people in the massage room, like the clothed people, see if there's any
Absolutely.
good things on them.
There are piles of
So-
clothes that are sitting around, so there's plenty of opportunity to pick a pocket, grab an item or trinket here and there if you want to. There's definitely some opportunity for that.
I am so
you
glad
would
I'm
see
in a
that there's
room to get a
actually like
massage.
right. You'd see there's actually shelves where people's clothing have been set that isn't being washed. You know what I mean? If somebody, or even, if it has been, like, almost like when you go to the pool and they have those little lockers, but they don't have doors on them. So there's just a shelf with little little plaques and a number. And each one, of course, has, different people's things in it. Also, even if, as like Vanro, when you took off some of your armor, it was placed on a shelf and you were given a coin with
Yeah.
a number on it. To tell where your clothes were, and they were sat right there. So there's opportunity for you to grab a hold of stuff. If you want to give me a pickpocket check, like dexterity, sleight of hand, you know what I mean, for the actual
Yeah.
act. But is there anything in particular that you're looking for?
I actually wanted to do one of the workers. So you know
Okay,
how you
gotcha.
said there's like the gap under the door that doesn't go all the way floor to ceiling?
Yeah.
Well, I think Numo would have mastered the stealth walk from like the way of like if you've seen how pandas roll to like get around. I think that's
Yeah.
gonna be how like Numo gets like creepily sneaks under the door without like silent footstep. Foot never actually touches the ground,
Which
and he goes
door do
under the door.
Which door do you
And
approach? Do you go through the one to the north where Alejandro is with Jabal, or do you go Jabaz, or would you go to the one to the south where Siriel and Carmilla are?
I don't think I would have heard the conversation. I wouldn't know where it's going, so it'd have to be random. Would be the only fair way.
Right.
So I guess I'll do like a
I mean,
coin flip.
you
One would
definitely.
be the top, two
Yeah.
would be south, and I'll roll.
Gotcha. I was gonna say, as far as feel free to flip a coin. You can actually roll a D2 in there. You know what I mean? It'll let you do it.
Okay, got a 2, so that would be the south one.
Okay, gotcha. To the south. So you make your way into the area where Camilla is.
The worst
Let's
decision in
see.
his life. You're about to go
I'm gonna try
pickpocket
to
a
dodge
room
her.
with the cleric who just melted a dude's face for a potato.
That's
Can I make a
I'm
messed up.
perception check to
sneaking
try to
from her
see him?
too.
Can I
It's
make a
possible.
perception check to try to see him just roll across the floor through the bathhouse?
Gotcha.
They see me rolling.
I definitely want to do a
They
perception check to
believe me.
see if
Sorry,
we
what was the
noticed
check?
him.
Try to see if she would have anything specific on her. Just out of curiosity.
I think we'll have a Det Numo in a minute. And I will not be picking him up this time.
All right. So taking a look in, the first thing you would notice is your cleric's armor. and your nude cleric, mostly nude anyway. She's got a towel set over her, you know what I mean,
Oh.
to protect the most exposed parts or whatever. On a bench while a female masseuse is giving her a massage. Are you trying to pickpocket the masseuse themselves or just things from around the room? Because there is a bunch of things around the room. You would kind of get the guess because like there's different scented oils and perfumes and little cabinets and drawers all around this area. So you would assume that they probably don't just use these designated rooms. They probably swap and share. You're seeing items that would belong to either Jabaz or Camilla in here. So there's lots of their personal stuff that you could go through as well.
I guess like I'm trying to check for like key cards, identity on them.
Absolutely.
So I think I'm most likely like do would it be obvious if their pockets were full? Like are they in like scrubs where
They're wearing pretty
they
light
can't really
clothing.
drink much?
It's almost like, have you ever seen like the very tradition Eastern Indian garb? Very light, silky kind of clothing, you know what I mean? Almost like an Arabian Nights kind of vibe, hammer pants. There you go. It's like hammer pants, but not quite so big. But they are like almost like scrubs, but a little more silken and really nice looking. And they don't seem to have much on them. But that just gives more reason for the things that are around the room, so to speak. Like I said, you do see that there are cabinets and stands where they've put personal effects. And if you would see, there is actually street clothes that are sitting there, but they actually belong to Jabaz, not to her. So his street clothes are laying, stuffed onto a shelf next to her. So if you wanted to, you could absolutely rummage through his personal possessions. But it doesn't look like she would have much on her, you know what I mean? It's almost like a uniform that they were both wearing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean if there was like no obvious bulge since it's a light attire in their clothing, then I
Right.
would go for the stuff around the room. I'll
Gotcha.
search the clothes pile and the street clothes.
Definitely
Uh,
give me. So there's two rolls. I'm actually going to only need one because this isn't sleight of hand. You're not necessarily grabbing it from them. More or less, what I actually would need is stealth to make sure you're not caught as you're moving around the room. That would be the hardest part, is making sure that nobody sees you while you're
If you
sleuthing
got
your way
yourself
through
dead.
here.
Can I roll perception to see him try to roll through
As
the
I'd
middle of the
say,
Oh
bathhouse?
yeah. If you want to
Just
see this,
stealthy it.
absolutely.
I want to see if I can see it.
Just like
Probably not.
he's
13.
just walking by a door, and then all of a sudden, like barrel roll. You know what I mean? He's
I was like-
gone.
yeah,
can I
I'm
roll
just
a
changing a mouse
perception
battery.
check if I notice anything awkward when he's walking in?
21.
Yeah, no, I do not notice a thing.
Yeah,
I just see him there and gone.
He was
Whoa.
there a second ago. You definitely noticed his absence. You know what I mean? That he's missing.
Yeah.
That's the part that stands out. But yeah, you didn't see where he was. He had walked out of the bath and moved across the room and gone.
Didn't see him
But-
panda roll under the door.
Also, I'm kind of curious, Numo. Like, so you were taking a bath, right? And then you did this. Was this prior to? Are you just like sleuthing around this room naked?
What?
You know what I mean? Like,
Is
he
there
just-
a naked rogue
You
rolling
mean like
around?
I'm a
I mean, less
naked
armor to make
clown
clothes.
rolling under a doorway, stealing
Naked,
someone's clothes?
naked clown,
Yes.
naked stealth clown, snooping around in the room. Yeah, just like we're going with that. I don't care what you wanted.
I,
We're doing
tall.
I
that.
think I'm more stealth naked, to be honest. I blend
Right.
in more.
Yeah, you're not gonna make any noise for sure. Yeah, so in that case, with a 21, you easily have a few minutes to sneak around the room. What you grab is a couple of bottles of very nice perfumes and oils. Altogether, they're probably worth about 30 to 40 gold if sold. You know what I mean? Things like that. So just call it, say, 3 bottles of perfume, 10 gold apiece. These are really nice oils that you could resell if you got to a merchant. But mixed in amongst the other belongings, you do find Jabaz's personal clothing that he wore into work, before changing into the uniform. Mixed in his pockets, you find a coin purse with 23 gold pieces in it. you would find a silver ring that looks to be a wedding band that is not currently on his finger.
Ooh.
Let's see. You would also find 2 necklaces. They're very small little golden chains, 1 gold, 1 silver. You would expect those to probably not be as expensive, but somewhere in the area of like 5 gold apiece. They're very tiny, thin little chains, mostly just for light decoration. The ring would probably be worth, 10 or 15. We'll say 15 gold. So it's up to you as to how much of that you steal. But in one pocket, you do find something that stands out that is a little more unusual, is that there is a letter in one of the pockets. It is, very small, kind of twisted up into a scroll with a tiny little string around it. And it has a broken, like, wax seal on it almost. And like a very tiny little wax seal. I mean, this thing is rolled up to where like a pigeon could, a carrier pigeon could have carried it. But within the little wax seal, there is a imprint that has a skull marked into the wax.
Okay. I am taking the note. Since we established I'm naked, that I'm just gonna like tuck behind my ear.
Okay.
And I'll take the 2
Yeah.
jewelry, like
It's
take
just
the jewelry and kind of leave the coin purse and the perfume.
Okay, so you leave the perfume, you leave the coin purse, you take the wedding band and the gold necklaces, right? And the note.
Yeah, I could just tuck those in the corner of my mouth probably,
Fair
and then
enough, man.
roll the rest of the way up.
I mean, I felt like you could have carried all these things in your hand. I wasn't going to ask where you put them. Jeez. a little too personal here, but yeah, absolutely. So let's see, 15, 25.
What do you think all the oils were for?
Yeah, so you get 25 gold worth of stolen jewelry. You can just put that, down as Jabaz's jewelry, whatever you want. And a letter. Oh, also 23 gold as well. You said you took the coin purse? So yeah, 20.
I was gonna leave it, but
Oh,
if you said I can easily carry, no, it'll jingle if I roll. I have to leave the purse narratively.
Okay. So you leave the purse.
Yeah.
You take 25 gold worth of jewelry and a letter, a small scrolled letter, out of the room.
I will dab the perfume on just to like get a smell of it, but I'll leave the bottle. Put the cap back on.
It smells quite nice, like super Dracar Noir. I mean, it's the rogue scent of the year. Every good rogue has to smell like Dracar Noir. But yeah, you're easily able to make off with those items and slip back into the room, and it seems that no one has noticed you.
All right.
But I tell you what, now that we've gathered some information, you guys have had a moment to investigate and talk to people, all that good stuff. I think at 10, it's like 10 after 10, this would probably be a great time for us to take our 15-minute break, if that works for you guys. And that'll give you guys time to think about where you want to go from here. Real quick, guys, before we take our break, I just want to say thank you guys for all coming in. Thank you guys for all the support. We've had some subs come in. We've had multiple contributions to our story. You guys have been helping out with buying those interactive options from the Ko-Fi, and I promise you, they're still coming. I know that we've had some allies added to the game. I'm just waiting for the most appropriate time to where they have the most impact, right? But yeah, those things are absolutely still coming and will be something that's there to help. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, all that stuff. If you guys haven't, go, check out the Ko-Fi store. There's a lot of cool options there. I mean, and there's all different levels of donation, stuff like that. Different ways that you can support, right? So like some of them are as low as 2, as high as 20. We try not to go crazy with it. But just so you can give these guys advantages or potions, all that stuff. It's a great way for you to interact and change the outcome of the game while helping us keep our lights on and keep the stream moving so that we can keep being here every week and help you guys, be entertained and all that good stuff. So go check that out if you don't mind, and consider doing it. Don't break yourself. It's always appreciated but never required. So if you don't have the extra cash on hand, don't worry about it. But what you could do is signal boost. If you got a friend right now that likes D&D, that checks out live streams, send them a link and say, hey, you're missed a cool stream. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Any of those things go a long way. Just signal boost, post it on your Twitter, all that good stuff. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. It's 10 after now. We will come back at 10:25 my time, and we'll continue the other 2 hours of our game. So thank you guys so much for everything that you've been doing. It's freaking amazing. Like, seriously, guys, you have no idea. It's great to see the support the stream gets. We will be back in 15. Hang tight. Wait for the audio to kick in.
Ta-da!
And we're back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Shit. Put on your clothes. Hurry up. They're watching.
Uh,
Uh,
Let's
welcome back,
reenacting our
everybody.
team.
Good.
But
Hope
I
you had a
like
good
to
break.
run around naked.
Right. Smile, so wear pants if I want to.
Sounds about right.
I don't wear pants in my house. I'm not wearing them at yours. That's the answer. But either way, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, everybody had a great break. It did take me an extra minute there. I was pretty high. I think we were all hungry for some reason. Like, I don't know if it was all the talk of baths or something, but for some reason,
It was
talking
the
about bathing made
breakfast.
us
It was
hungry.
the breakfast.
It was the breakfast. That's what it was. It was talking about all
Yeah.
that bacon. But yeah, it
Chow
made us
down.
all very hungry. But either way, we are back. Welcome, everybody. My name is Sublime. That's what I go by here online. Welcome to Tabletop Down. If you're just now tuning in, this is our little home away from home where we play tabletop games, all sorts of tabletop games. Wednesday we have a vampire stream. Tuesday we do board games. Let's see. Monday we do a post show talking about our role playing games. And Friday nights we do Dungeons and Dragons. But either way, that's what we're doing tonight. Is our Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus game where we play a live action or live play version of Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. It is pretty much straight out of the book, though I have made some improvements in my, at least in my personal opinion. But one thing I make sure to do with all of our streams is I try to make them all interactive. So if it is your first time here, make sure to check out our Ko-Fi page, and you'll see all the cool stuff. Just reading this list here, it should tell you a lot about it that you can do to interact and participate with our game. Not only does it help support the stream, so we can keep keeping the lights on and affording these things, so that we can run these games, 5-6 nights a week, things like that, but also it helps us to buy new equipment and all of those great things. But the coolest part is we've made sure that not only are you just supporting, but you're getting something in return. You guys get the awesome benefit of adding something interesting to our game. There's the option to give the players advantage to help them out in combat, or you can give the bad guys advantage to not help our players in combat, as well as like potions and scrolls and allies. I just want to say real quick again, thank you to everybody that's supported so far tonight. Those of you that have sent in subscriptions and Prime subs. Also, those of you that have helped out with the Ko-Fi page. I have seen both a helpful ally and a sinister ally tonight. So we got good and bad in mass coming in. So thank you guys for all of that. It really does so much to keep this going. You know what I mean? This is my full-time gig, so just paying the lights, it's entirely up to donations and things. But anyway, let's get back to our game. Where we last left off, our players had went to a bathhouse that is known to be a hideout or somewhat of a front for a hideout of the Cultists of the Dead 3. Those that follow Baal, Bane, and Merkel, the deities of death and murder, and all of the dark things in between. So our players had traveled to the bathhouse. Not only have they been on the road for 10 days and really needed a bath, but they were able to, ask a few questions while they were here as well to try and determine where this secret hideout is and how they might access it. Van Roll, using some clever spatial reasoning, was able to determine there might be extra space in the building than what they're seeing on the inside. And Numo, our gnome clown, was able to nakedly
Noodly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
nakedly
That work. Yeah.
nakedly break in to one of the massage rooms and steal some information that might help them out in that regard as well. While Alejandro tried his best to butter up one of the masseurs to try and gain some information. But yeah, that's where we're going to pick up. We just left off with with Numo making his way back out of that room and claiming a small scroll with a skull on it. So that's probably a good place to start. Oh, excuse me. But that's what we're going to do, is we're going to pick up right there. So you guys have just finished your massages. Unless there's anything else that you want to say to your masseuses, you're more than welcome, to say anything else on the way out if you'd like, or do any investigating that you wish to do. But otherwise, you're finished with your massages and you're able to make it back to the main room where you can rejoin with your allies who are currently finishing up probably or enjoying their baths, depending on how they want to take that. And you guys can pick it up from there. How would you guys like to proceed? Oh,
Alejandro, when he goes out into the main room, he wants to see if there's any patrons with distinctive jewelry or distinctive tattoos.
oh yeah, awesome. Absolutely. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check, if you don't mind, or investigation, whichever's higher for you. I think either one makes good sense in this case.
They're both the same. 12.
12. Taking a look around, you do see a couple of tattoos, of course, and different jewelry, things like that. But nothing really stands out as far as, nefarious. One strange tattoo that you do see, even with a 12, that kind of catches your attention, though, would be on a rather muscular looking gentleman. You would, assume that he is maybe a blacksmith or a farmer by the, body structure. He looks like he works out quite a bit. Good looking man, but does have a couple of scars marked across his body. And you would see the symbol of a harp that is conveniently located right on the back under the shoulder blade. And you would recognize that as a symbol of the Harpers. But other than that, you're not seeing anything nefarious.
Okay.
But let's see. See if I can pull it up here real quick. Harpers, D&D. The Harpers, or Those Who Harp, was a semi-secret organization dedicated to preserving historical lore and maintaining balance between nature and civilization, defending the innocent from forces of evil across the realms. So that's that's what you would know about the Harpers.
Alejandro will comment on his tattoo and just try and engage him in conversation.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, if you make comment on the tattoo, why don't you go ahead and give me a persuasion as well to see how well this conversation begins. Since you did actually notice the harp and know something about it, go ahead and roll with advantage. Oh goodness,
Oh my
7
God.
and a 7.
2 sevens.
Okay. In that case, it starts out a little rocky, you know what I mean? As you mention it, he kind of gives you a cross eye as if he's kind of trying to size you up to see if there's anything nefarious that you're trying to do. You know what I mean? As he kind of, notices that you've made mention of it. He says, yeah, it's, I thought it was pretty. And then he kind of moves on. He says, it's good talking to you. Enjoy your bath. And just kind of turns, and he's polite about it, but he tries to make his way quickly out of the conversation unless you say anything else. But yeah, he kind of just, he's unsure how to gauge the situation.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, left to yourselves, what would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna go butt naked to the bath here and just plop in there. I don't know who the fuck is in that bath, but hi.
Yeah, like I said, there's a couple of people that are milling about inside the baths. Nobody seems ashamed or, some people may be trying to keep a towel, you know what I mean? Things like that. You can do it if you please, but yeah, it's kind of what this is known for, it's a place for people to get clean, so.
See, I'm getting in the water. There's no need for the towel.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and as you sink down into the water is so heavily perfumed and laden with flower petals that are kind of floating the surface of the water and bubbles from the soap. It does seem to cover you quite well. But yeah. Wash up and don't be weird about it.
I'm just making
sorry, that got me off guard.
I'm just making daily conversation with whoever is in the bath.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, I mean, not only is your compatriots there as well, but there is several others. You would see some women that say, "Lovely day, isn't it? Good to meet you. Do you come here often?" I don't think I've seen your face around here before. I try to make a stop in at least every couple of days.
Well, I've been traveling through. I just recently arrived at Baldur. It's a very nice place.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm glad that you made it in. I've heard the roads can be quite dangerous. Be careful out there, you know. And she just kind of rambles on with daily conversation, you know. Trying to keep herself, trying to make a regular conversation out of it.
Yeah.
She seems to be, you know, a woman who lives within the city and, you know, kind of starts giving you local tourist tips since you say that you're new to the city.
Perfect.
Meanwhile, I will say Maxwell, as small of the gnome as you are, there's a rather large man that kind of comes up, and he's a bigger guy, that kind of comes up and just sits next to you, and this man is completely unashamed. You know, he kind of squats down in the water. He takes that big lean back against the edge where it's all for all, you know, to see. He says, "How you doing, buddy? You doing all right?"
I do a very slow melodramatic like head pan up to look. Where finally I say, I'm doing all right. It's my first time here.
Yeah. I come here all the time. And
I
then
can tell.
he just stops at that, and it's like the most awkward conversation. I come here all the time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what do you do? He's just trying to keep a very interesting, like a casual conversation, but you can tell he's not great at it.
Well, I proceed to then launch into absolute vivid, gory detail all about Maxwell's work as a blacksmith and having to forge different types of metals. I'm just hitting him with like his absolute non-stop verbal diarrhea of everything you ever wanted to know about blacksmithing,
Nice.
but no, you didn't actually want to know.
Nice.
The whole
Yes.
time, yeah, the whole time Maxwell's doing that, he's going to be looking around the room, trying to evaluate other people to watch like patterns of who's having conversations with who to see is anyone acting weirdly antisocial, like out of the ordinary, or other way around. Are people like gathering in weird, like just talking in like weird groups? Like, are there like people that are consistently only talking to each other, anything like that?
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Same with you. Go ahead and give me either perception, investigation, or since you're kind of looking for personalities, you can use insight, whichever you like there. 24. Absolutely. You definitely see that there is a group of people that there's 3 women that are sitting together. They are specifically talking to themselves. They seem to be either friends or a small social clique, and they are looking at you with the idea immediately, just with that roll. I'll go ahead and just tell you, even though it's not insight. They are just thankful that you are the one stuck with him instead of them. That you're the one having to deal with this individual. They don't seem to, you know, they don't seem to avoid others, but they are most certainly avoiding him. They have moved to the farthest side of the pool to get away from him, and every time he looks over, you would see them kind of cover a little bit more than they were a minute ago. You know, apparently they've had issues with this guy. But yeah, you're really not seeing anyone that's, you know, making like awkward gestures. There's no one that seems nefarious that stands out. There's no one that seems to be avoiding you or anyone more than normal that you would expect in a bathhouse. You know what I mean? Some people are there just to enjoy a bath and be left the hell alone. That part you see, you know, 1 or 2 patrons that, like I said, there's only like 5 other people in here. There's the guy that's next to you, at least one other gentleman that's got the tattoo of the harp symbol, and then the 3 women that are currently over in the corner. Like I said, they're middle-aged, maybe late 40s, late 30s, early 40s, that seem to just be friend group that is there to privately enjoy the company by themselves. And occasionally they do, once they realize that guy is, you know, fixed on you, they giggle and they laugh a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem anything else. Actually, I tell you what, with the 24, you would notice that the man with the harp tattoo is kind of, he's watching his surroundings, you know what I mean? You can tell that of a person that has seen combat over the years, you know? And he just seems to be always, you know, like if you've ever met a soldier, which, you know, you guys being affiliated to Hell Riders have met plenty, they're just a little bit more on edge than everybody else. You know what I mean? Like constantly keeping an eye on things. He's let his guard down quite a bit, but he is watching and you know observing as well. You know, so that's something you would take notice of. But he doesn't seem to, you know, be like eyeballing or searching that you can tell. The guy
Okay.
next to
So
you
less
says,
that he's.
"Hey, I'll go ahead."
I'd say so less like he's expecting something specific to happen, and more just like a general wariness.
Right. Yeah. Just a general weariness that, you know, many that have seen battle, you know, kind of tend to carry, especially, you know, you may not know, but especially while in Baldur's Gate, you never know where you're going to get a knife in your back around here. Baldur's Gate is known as a rough city. You know what I mean? The guy next to you just keeps, he listens to everything that you had to say, you know, and kind of just takes it in, and then it completely ignores anything that you had to say, and it just goes, "Yeah, you see those three over there? I think they're into me. I was talking to him earlier. I think that one really likes me.
Um,
It's it's
Maxwell
all
just blinks for a moment and
it's
then
all
just
about the
goes,
confidence, you know. You just let it all hang out, and you let them see what they could have."
Are you sure? I haven't seen many human women, but I I feel like they'd be trying to get closer, not further. Maybe they're intimidated.
I yeah, well, yeah, a little intimidation. I mean, look at me, you know. I'm clearly out of their league. But you know, no,
Exactly.
it's a little game of cat and mouse they play. But no, they're in love with me. Trust me.
Women sometimes appreciate the subtle, the very very subtle approach.
Yeah, I tell you what, you know, I got an in with them. If you want, you know, I could introduce you.
Oh no, they're way out of my league. I'll leave that all up to you.
Hey, more for me. You know what I mean? Either way, little guy. He slaps you on the back, and it damn near knocks you into the pool. Good talking to you, mate. And he stands up, puts his ass like damn near right in your face, and then just dripping and flopping and hair and bodily parts everywhere as he makes his way across the room directly to that pool where their three are sitting, and sits down and does the same straddled big wide open spread leg sit that he does. And
These poor
immediately the
people.
three of them get up, collect their belongings, and just leave. But he throws up kind of a what the and then looks a little sad. But yeah, the rest of you guys have all had time to gather back where you were. Like I said, your friends have come out of the massage parlor, things like that. So you guys can all speak with each other if you wish.
Would I have seen that display of this guy?
Oh, surely. You can see eyes roll. You can hear the eyes roll.
I think
I mean,
Van Riel will try to actually flag down one of the two masseuses to see if he can, you know, to get a massage, but also try to question something with
Yeah.
with some
Yeah,
things that he's
absolutely.
noticed.
Well, as the first two come out, you're more than easily able to get yourself in.
Yeah. He just whichever one he gets to for like he can see first.
Okay. Let me flip a coin here. Tell you what, we'll say odds it goes to Jabaz, evens it goes to her. It goes to Jabaz. So the same person that gave Alejandro his massage says, If you're ready, I could take you now. Please come with me."
All right.
And
he
escort you to the northern room.
sort of leans up off the wall and sort of walks in.
Gotcha. Yep. Yeah. Meanwhile, does anyone else do anything in the bath area? Does anybody want to do anything before I move into this? I know I'm kind of hitting like you know, private moments, but I want to make sure to give everybody the opportunity.
Maxwell's just gonna sit there for a moment and try to emotionally recover from that conversation.
Yeah, it was rough.
I'm just keeping my eyes on this broad ass guy. I'm kind of curious.
He's keeping
to
an
why
eye
everybody
on you
responds to
too.
that.
but he hasn't made he
Oh,
hasn't
no.
grown the nerve to come say anything yet.
I'll just
Yeah.
smile very friendly over that way.
Oh no.
I can't prove for shit, so just so you know.
Nice. Yeah, I will say, as the only female left in the room, he would absolutely be eyeballing you.
That's fine.
But anyway, sorry, Alejandro, were you about to say something?
Is there a possibility I could stop the ladies before leaving?
You
By
could.
commenting on their beauty?
Commenting on their beauty.
Oh, the Lord.
I tell you what, I will allow you to make a perception or a persuasion check. I might have to make it a disadvantage though, because they just got like hounded
Yeah.
by this guy. It's not that you earned the disadvantage; he caused the disadvantage. You know what I mean? He's that appalling. All right, we got a 15 so far, and a
And a
20.
20.
Nice.
With the suave and debonair moves that only a bard of your caliber could perform, you catch them on their way out. Good?
Ladies, the bat would be so much more uh, unappealing if you were to leave at this point.
Well, we don't really want to go, but that man over there is kind of an ass. Every time we come in here, he's always going to say something. Makes me feel uncomfortable, right? Well,
Well, would you like me to say something to him?
oh no,
'Cause
no,
Oh, no.
we don't want to cause any trouble, but maybe if you could sit with us so he doesn't bother us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It would be my absolute pleasure to join you in whatever bat there is.
That is an amazing accent. Where are you from? As they start to talk with you and make their way back into the room where they were just gathering up their things, they begin to sit it back down, and as Alejandro is known to do, he has captivated the attention of these three women, who all three make their way back into a pool and surround around you. So as you sit down in the water, they kind of form to each side of you and begin asking you all kinds of questions about where you're from, where the accent came from, what do you do for a living. They definitely seem to be entertained by your company.
And if they ask me what I do, I get my lute and I start playing for them.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you can grab your loot right off the shelf. It's easily available. I like the idea that we just have a naked man playing a lute. But it works, and they're into it. You know what I mean? Within a couple of bars, actually, go ahead and give me the performance check just to make sure.
Okay.
Just
That
to be
one.
sure. A 10's
I got a
fine.
10.
A 10 is a solid performance. Like that's average, right? And like between the charm that you've already shown and the fact that they are just looking for anyone else other than this guy to talk to, you know what I mean? They're more interested because of it. And they actually maybe even play into that a little bit to make sure that he sees them with you instead of him. You know what I mean? So they are kind of doting at this point. And as you begin to play, they all three fall into, a bit of a trance with your music. You have them raptured for sure.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Okay, so Venril, as you make your way in, Jabaz, please come take a seat. You look like so stressed. I've seen that armor that you were wearing on the way in. I'm glad that we've gotten you out of it. Please take a seat.
All right. Takes seat down. He still has like his normal sort of like clothes under the armor on though at the moment.
Okay,
So
absolutely.
just sits down. He's just like,
You can typically disrobe when getting on the massage table.
fair.
I'll be more than happy to keep you covered in all the right places.
He sort of chuckles for a moment, takes off disrobes, and was on his back, which is like now a sort of with almost a tattoo of like yellow angel wings that may not know that he has at the moment.
Nice, gotcha. Let's see if he would make mention of it. He doesn't say
And it's
anything
not
at
like your
first.
cleric is gonna
Yeah.
look at you or something.
You definitely catch him
Huh.
paying a close attention to you. You just think he's maybe staring at your
Yeah.
butt. You know what I mean? But He's
As one
taken
does.
notice of something.
Yeah. So he, sort of lays down the table, and as he sort of, as he's sort of disrobing to like do that, and, like to get back down, he sort of takes a very close look around the room to see if he can notice anything
Give me a
odd.
give me a perception or investigation. I'll give you either one on this. Oh yeah,
21.
21.
Oh, nice.
With the 21, you take a look around the room, and you know this to be the area where you saw that extra extension on the outside of the building, and have to assume that something comes from here. But yeah, you take the time to look around, and it takes all but a couple of seconds to realize that where the seams of the tile are, like there's tile along the floor and on the walls to kind of give this nice blue and
Yeah.
white tiled effect. There is one seam in which you would notice that there is a small seam that would give you the appearance of a hidden door along the corner wall. You would imagine that if you were to press, it may move. And it's
Huh.
actually kind of like right in the corner, and you actually would see a seam on each side. I don't know if you've ever seen like those corner cabinets in a kitchen that when it rotates around, you know what I mean, or like you can move through it, like almost like a rotating door. It would give the appearance of something like that, that it would be on a hinge situation and could open. Do you take any
Alright,
time to
so
say anything to him, or mostly just trying to investigate
he
the room?
after he does that, that's he lays down on the table, and then now he starts to go into more of a conversation with him after actually laying down
Yeah, he'll
or sitting
gladly
down at the
keep
table.
he'll gladly keep all the conversation
Yep.
that you would like. He's more than happy to chat you up about
Yep.
what's going on in the world or where you've been.
Yeah.
He mentions, I heard that you were all from Elturel. I've only known a few Elturians personally, but my goodness, it's sad what happened to the city. Things like that, So he just keeps going on.
Yeah, when he mentions that, he's like, yeah, it was one side. I mean, we had a bit of hell getting here from there to the roads with that many people.
I can only imagine. I can feel it here in your back. Must have been terrible sleeping along the road. Goodness.
Yes, sleeping, watching out for people trying to kill you. I mean, we had a few encounters out there.
Oh, do go on, please. And he just lets you talk.
I don't know. We ran into a couple hooded figures, people that I don't know. They seemed a bit strange. I couldn't really place them.
Scary hooded figures in the night. Sounds terrifying. I don't know how you do it. I've never been one for conflict myself. I'm more of a lover, not a fighter.
Fair enough. I don't know. They seem to adorn skulls. I don't know. I haven't really heard too much about it. I don't know if there's anything that I would know. I mean, I haven't really heard anything about them.
You would definitely catch that as you make mention of a skull insignia or something to that effect, there is a brief moment in which his hands pause, and then he continues back with what he was doing. If you want to give me an insight roll, you're more than welcome to do so, since he kind of, alerted you bodily.
Oh, 23.
my.
Good rolls tonight.
23. He definitely becomes uneasy. You notice his whole posture change. He shifts, and his eyes look to the crack of that door, the hidden door. He is aware that thing is there. You can read it plain as day on his face.
Yeah. As he's looking back, he kind of says, "I don't know. Have you heard anything like that?"
No, of course. I try not to deal with dark, shadowy figures. I have plenty enough work here, to take care of.
I didn't mean I meant you dealing with them. I just didn't know if you've heard anything like around. I know many people must come in here. I just didn't know if you've heard anything about it. They tried to take a few of our people in the night. And I just was making sure if.
Oh, well, I'm sure Baldur's Gate is, it's a nice city by day, but at night it's a totally different affair. I just, I try to mostly stay indoors before I don't attend the bars. It's nice as they could be to have a drink or two. They're quite dangerous. And I rather see myself away from such sorts of things. He's definitely a
And
little visibly shaken.
yeah, he kind of goes, "What was it?" Venerable was like, "In the city. I said it was on the roads out to here."
Oh, I simply meant within Baldur's Gates. It is known that there are lots of nefarious people here as well.
Okay.
I don't know as much about the roads between here and El Turul, but I'm sure if they're here in the city, they're out of it just the same. We all hear
All right.
rumors. I mean, we do have the Gazette, and it makes mention of local heroics and issues within the city, the Guard and the Flaming Fist.
All right.
Yep.
He just sort of shakes his head.
He definitely tries to talk his way out to anything else after that, but unless you bring it up or push it further, he will try to change the conversation.
He lets him because at that point you already got more enough than what he needs at the moment about it.
Okay.
Don't want to push it.
Gotcha. No problem. In that case, he finishes your massage, and within a couple of minutes, he has you taken care of and ready to go, and helps you, offers to assist you with your clothing, and asks you if you need anything washed or cleaned, stuff like that.
As he does so, he looks at the clothing and sees like the rips and tears from where he was stabbed through the chainmail, like through
Yeah,
the clothing.
It's pretty bad. We do have seamstresses on site. I mean, these repairs are pretty severe, but we could do our best if you'd like. It's no additional cost. The 5 silver
thank you,
covers
yeah.
all your expenses.
Yeah, he looks and goes, "Yeah, no, thank you. Those were from when those people I was talking about try to get me made short work of that."
You what? It's like he would even go as far as to say, well, whatever you do, be careful. There's some people out there in the world that are just filled with darkness. Horrible people that shouldn't be allowed to exist. You should be cautious. And I hope you the better in the city. Try to avoid them and live your life. Don't waste your time on filth and trash like that. Be safe. And you notice like an honesty kind of come across his face.
Then I think this one was it he'll sort of with his eyes being sort of luminescent yellow, he sort of like flares up a little bit and he goes like, this looks like I'll try, with a little bit of a wink, with his eyes, with one of his other eyes still glowing like a bright yellow of radiant sort of light.
Little glimmer of something there, and you see it definitely catches him off guard, but he doesn't know whether to see that as a good thing or a bad thing. But just with your insight in general, since you rolled so good, when he was telling you to be careful, you can definitely tell that he was sincere about it. That he's like, some of these people are just terrible people, and if they were removed from the world would be a better place. You know what I mean? Was kind of the thing that he said. Yeah. He definitely believes every bit of that. And just, I wish none of us had to deal with them. And he kind of let it go, but there's a little lingering idea that maybe, like, he's had to deal with some shit that he just doesn't want to.
I do have one question for you.
Oh?
Do you mind if my friends, and I need to, we need to catch up some things from the road. We've only just gotten back together from there. Do you mind if no one else needs a massage? Do you mind if we use this room to talk for a little bit?
Well, if you could give me a persuasion check.
Okay.
I'll let you make a flat roll. You've kind of built a rapport with the guy, you know what I mean? But go ahead and give me a persuasion to see how well he bites onto this one.
18.
Dang.
Well, I don't believe I have any more appointments. I think that would be all right if you'd like a private place. Please try not to take too long, but I think that would be okay. I do ask that you don't touch anything. I mean, I don't think you would steal anything, but just we keep a lot of expensive things in here, so please try not to break anything. Or I'm sorry. Sure, you're welcome to it. Absolutely.
Don't worry, I won't touch anything on my oath. He sort of just smiles and
Nice.
nods.
He would agree, and well, if that's I guess that means that I get to take a little bit of break. I guess I shall relieve myself for a little while and go take some of this daytime before it's past. This, like I said, I don't dwell too much after dark in the city. So I'll go enjoy my daylight. Excuse me. And he makes his way out.
All right.
But
And at
he
that
does
point,
leave the
Vanderl
room
sort
for you. Sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Vanderl sort of walks out over to his sort of his things where his armor and stuff is like that, and sort of looks at the others and nods like a follow as he's seen getting his stuff.
Yep. The rest of you would definitely see as he exits Jabaz exits the room. He does nod at you and kind of extends a hand as if, please feel free, before walking away, and it seems that Vanril is allowing, or has been given access to this room.
Am I
Ladies,
able to?
excuse me. I hope to be back soon, but I must go.
Oh, goodness, we were just getting started. I would love to hear another song. Oh, well, maybe next time. You owe us one. As you kind of stand up, they definitely keep the conversation going. It was a
Please
pleasure
come
to
see
meet
me.
you. And you definitely
Please
actually see
come
them
see
like,
me at the elf.
oh,
I give
will.
them
Goodness.
yes. Please go see me at the Singing Elf, and I will be happy to regale you with song and tales.
You definitely hear a girlish chuckle as they giggle as you walk away, and there's a lot of like pointed, like definitely looking towards the other guy, making sure he sees every bit of it just to rub it in. But you actually feel like the interest is honest. One thing you would have noticed while sitting there with them, as Alejandro is probably very versed in this situation, that thing that keeps getting you in trouble, that tan line around the finger, would be noticeable in all three of these women. You know what I mean? They are definitely married women, but I know Alejandro probably doesn't mind too much. You know what I mean? So like, there's a lot of like playful, flirtatious, talk, but you're not sure as to how much their follow through would be.
Right.
But yeah, that would definitely be the situation that you would see.
And I'll grab my clothes before you go into the back room.
Okay, absolutely. Does everybody else join? Do they grab anything? Do they take all their stuff with them? Do they leave it out?
Maxwell's going to grab his stuff and just casually load it on top of Steve the Robo Dog before following in.
Nice. Steve the
Yeah, I'm
Robo
gonna
Dog
carry
follows
my
in suit.
with the scones.
Nice. Clothes and scones in tow. A small pitter patter of bare feet slapping against the ground as he makes his way through across the tile. Little gnomish butt cheeks waddling. But yeah, absolutely. And Sariel, I'm assuming you follow as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my clothes and I just follow them. I'm not even putting my clothes on yet. I'm just following because I have no clue what the fuck's going on anymore.
Right. Well, like I said, all of you enter the room and you have the ability to reclothe if you wish. You've all had a good bath. Most of you have had a massage and things like that. And, when they did the massage treatment, they also did like oils and pampering and stuff like that too. So there was a lot of things
I
you had
smell
done.
like roses.
Oh, absolutely.
By the
But
time,
you are given a room to yourselves.
by the time they're getting them, I'm redonning the chainmail at the moment. Kind of look over, and like, it's time for work.
Excellent. What we got?
Fine.
They definitely the man here definitely knew of what we were here for. He sort of whispers over to him, trying to be quiet, not to learn anything at that. There's a door behind me. Sort of points towards the tiles.
Maxwell's going to immediately go over and start examining the surface, looking for the door itself, ways to
Yeah,
open it.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check. I'll give you advantage since you knew it was there. And we'll see how well you can identify how to operate this thing. 13? 13's enough with your skills in tinkering and mechanics and things like that. This is a pretty simple setup. It's just simply a singular latch or a tile that needs to be pressed in, and it will unlatch this segment of wall, and just as that corner cupboard in the kitchen, it will rotate out. It rotates just like a quarter turn in and get enough room to walk through, and then it slides back into place. It doesn't make like a full rotation or anything. It's not like it's not the Scooby-Doo bookshelf. But yeah, it rocks in enough and then back to where it automatically closes behind it. So as you press the tile and push in, it opens and then resets. So you definitely have gained access to it.
Do we go tonight? Do we go now? Or do we go at a later time?
We've got the ability to go now.
Everyone's
Now,
here.
you
want
Everyone's,
to
we're all
Wouldn't it
we're
be
all
noticed
fresh.
though if we all disappear and nobody sees us walk out?
Well, I was told that we have the room for a time, and the man here walked out. He also mentioned, in a sense, the way that I could gleaned it, he didn't openly admit anything, but he sort of hinted that it would be better without them.
Well,
But
I got a little better than a hint. I got this thing that I found in clothes of one of the men. Which man?
That was from Jobaz, the person that he was just talking about. So
Would
that,
his
yeah.
street clothes be like an obvious indicator that it was him? Like one was a guy, one was a girl, right?
Yeah, like I said, he was a bit androgynous in like appearance and in dress, based on the like uniform that he was wearing. But the clothes themselves were a little bit more masculine than the obvious dress that you're now seeing in this room that probably belongs to her. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's personal effects in here as well, and you see her personal effects in a cupboard in this room. So you would assume that those to be his belongings.
I'll hand each person a scone, and then I'll pull out the note and be like, "So, who thinks they can read this?" And then I open it.
It
before
is
anything,
written in common, so
hopefully all of
Okay,
us.
then,
Vanor just
I-
looks strangely at
Who
the
wants to
scone,
read
just
out
like,
loud?
why? Where did you? When did you get this?
Maxwell's gonna lean over, look at the note, slowly look at Numa, and go, "Can you read it?"
I only just opened it.
It's okay if you can't.
Yes, I can read common. I know what common is. Just was expecting something else, I guess.
yeah.
I recognized
Well-
the symbol, thought there'd be something, religious.
Taking a look at the symbol that is on the wax seal, the seal has been broken already, but being able to like hold it together essentially and take a look at it, you definitely would recognize the same sigil of the skull that you have seen on previous, cultist robes and things like that, and certain tattoos that you found on some of the cultists along the way. So it's definitely reminiscent of, actually, this one would be that of. It's slightly different, actually. It's not quite, Bane, Ball, or Merkel, but it is a skull, and it's in that same category. Um, yeah, that's just the best I could say about that. But as you open the letter itself, it just simply says, Jabaz, I'm not going to mention it again. I don't care what your after hours pleasures are, but they'll no longer happen at this resident or at the bathhouse. This is the last time I'm telling you. Unless you want to have something happen, you'll stay away from the bathhouse after hours. That's all it says. And at the bottom, there is a signature that says MV.
What was the name of the Duke's lady?
Salam Rotbanpur. Vanthafor, something.
Vamfamper.
That, yeah. Thank you.
Vanthamper or Van Thamper. Yeah, it's a weird one to say.
I noticed
And
that those initials are MV.
We don't have anything with MV.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
she
a
would know.
cousin or something.
Maybe. Maybe it's
Actually,
no.
I keep saying that wrong. I keep typing as Thalmara. It's Thalamra. It's weird.
Oh, Thalamra Vanthamper, yeah.
Yeah, I keep saying it wrong too.
Yeah, I read it. I wrote it down right.
Yeah. Yeah, but it seems as if he's telling him, more or less, not to come around the bathhouse after hours. Uh, unless
Would
it kind of
I-
it kind of insinuates unless you want to get involved in what's going on here, stay away.
Well, luckily, we have a group of 5 clowns here who definitely need to get involved in whatever is going on.
Yeah, that would be
Do you
true.
think it's a real man friend is one of them or no?
Actually, you know what? I would even go a step further than that. Give me 1 second. Now that I'm thinking about it. Um, a final line on it would say, "We have eyes. Thirstwell's imp has spotted you sneaking into the bathhouse. This will be the last time." And,
what?
Thirstwell's imp. Let me read something quick.
Who reads?
Me?
Oh, I do. It's
Um,
knowledge.
there you go, something like that. Well, I don't know where the extra
never mind.
A came from, but it was supposed to say or else. But yeah, that's the general note that you got. That makes a lot more sense. Yep, it says Thirstwell's imp has spotted you coming in after hours. This will be the last time or else. But yeah, it's up to you guys. Do you remain in this room? Do you go ahead
Can I
and take
inspect
the
that
exit?
seal?
Yeah, taking a look at the
see if you
seal.
know it?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a history and or religion check. And since you have very specifically read that book that I was talking about earlier, do so with advantage. Since you read Volo's Guide to Baldur's Gate, you've got this. With an 18, you realize that one, the symbol is reminiscent that you have seen in relation to the cultists of the Dead Three. This would be the skull that represents Baal, the god of death or murder, the god of murder. But it has been slightly stylized with a V behind it, intricately kind of hidden within the wax, within the symbol itself. You wouldn't have noticed it because of like the flowery letter, but it kind of has a V marked with it as well, which you would definitely know to be similar to that of the crest of the Van Thamper estate. They have a house crest, as Thalmara is like one of the dukes. You guys had met Eldar Ravengard. He was the High Duke, but there are several other dukes within the city. Just essentially those with enough money and power to consider themselves of influence. And Thalamra is one of them. You would know that. You know that Thalamra Van Themper is one of the dukes of the city.
Right. Is that
And
on
and this looks like part of their house crest has been hidden and mingled together with this symbol.
Okay, if when I'm looking at it, I'll be like, it could be me, but it seems that there is a symbol hidden behind this skull, almost very carefully, skillfully. seems to be unlike to the crest of the Fanthangworth house.
Someone who
Alright.
who studies in scholarly behavior and stuff like that, scholarly things, you would know a lot of time these wax seals are made with one of two things: a stamp that they would keep on their desk, or some nobility use their rings, as well as a way of, you know, pressing the seal. This way it kind of puts their, you know, house symbol or something to that on it. And this would look like a ring. If that were the case, it would have to be probably very well made. You know, possible that, you know, a jeweler or something like that would have made it. You know, not just an individual.
Yes.
Alright.
If I were to say, I think this skull is a how does one say it? Representation of bow. Seems like it's definitely belongs to cultists. As for the seal, I'm pretty sure it's from a high craft, well made. True, it's like a ring.
Alright. So,
That doesn't bode well for the Duke.
It does not.
yes. Someone with that much money and power, I mean, it probably doesn't bother him too much.
Point.
If they had that much money to waste on the ring, that means someone would have to make the ring, and someone would know.
So
But-
do we go down the passageway?
I vote for yes. I vote to send the clown down first.
We'll never get a better opportunity.
Sure.
I agree.
I vote yes.
This would be a great option. So you guys make your way through the door.
Yeah. I'll be up to taking the lead if no one
Is there-
objected.
How is the
Numo-
vision behind the door light-wise?
Sorry,
Before
what
we all
was it?
stumble into the dark.
As you open and look down into the stairwell that heads down, it is most certainly dark down there. It seems to be
So-
very. There's almost no lighting initially. If there is light down there, it was very dim.
I'm going
Blind
to reach into my pocket, pull out some bits of metal and stuff, tinker with them for a bit, and then hand the equivalent of a small mechanical candle to our rogue.
Nice. You are given a strange contraption that looks very much like, I guess what you would assume. I probably assume it looks kind of like a makeshift grill lighter. You know, like those long-stemmed lighters, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Something
much.
to that
It
effect
should-
with a little flame on the end.
This-
Yes. It should give you it will. I don't say this out loud because this is definitely mechanic sounding, but it'll give you bright
Right.
light in 5 feet radius and then dim light for an additional 5 feet. Maxwell just hands it to you and says, "Mechanical candle. You can just shove it in your pocket if we think something's coming.
There's like buttons and stuff. How cool.
Just
How
don't
do you
touch
use
the buttons.
candle.
Don't
With
don't
buttons?
touch the buttons. Don't touch the dials. Do not lick it. Trust me. Just if you gotta dampen it out, just shove it in your pocket. Don't worry, it won't set anything on fire. I'm almost positive.
Almost.
The almost.
Gotcha.
Without even needing to roll insight, you get about a 50-50 chance on that. You know what I mean? Maybe he's being honest. Maybe he's just full of shit.
50-50. Best odds of my life.
That's it. All right.
Speaking of,
well,
Speaking
I
of
will close back on though.
speaking of 50-50 odds, Numo, would you like to sort of sneak down there first and sort of look ahead before we all shamble
Yeah.
down there?
Yeah, I'll continue my silent walking.
yeah, absolutely. Feel free to give me a stealth roll as you make your way down.
Yeah, let's see here.
You think
I-
you're
I
quiet?
said don't touch the knobs.
On
I
on
think
your
I
way
might
down.
spend my advantage here.
Oh,
Would you,
Take the
oh,
16.
would you like to go ahead and spend your advantage here? You can do so. If you would like to do that,
Thank
you
you
can
so
take
much
that.
for that.
You can take the 16 instead. Nice. All right. Well, in that case,
Yeah.
you almost have a second where you slip on a stair, but before your foot falls and you make that sound that you were trying not to make, you catch yourself just the right moment of balance. Your acrobat skills kick in perfectly, and you're able to trot down 2 steps really quickly without making even a single whisper. You feel rather well hidden and disguised as you make your way down through the stairs. Using the darkness to your advantage. Nice. There you go. You can thank the audience for that handy little advantage. All right, so let me go ahead and move you guys down to a new map. Let me just grab all your tokens here. See if I can snag you
Just to
all up.
clarify, Maxwell is also dressed and is not, in fact, attempting a dungeon crawl naked.
I was about
Dungeon
to
crawl
say, I
naked.
got dressed
I
in
thought
the
you-
meantime.
I had assumed that you had all
Dressed in
taken the
the-
time to get clothed at this point.
just
We
looking over.
kind of have to explain it
Get
at this
fucking
point,
dressed.
just to be sure.
Get dressed.
So let me go ahead and just put you guys
Yeah, I'd rather have my armor on.
right.
Hey, actually, we do need to clarify: is the rogue still naked?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Did Numo put pants on for this?
While we're eating our scone. I may still be
Yeah, he's-
rolling. Maybe that was why I almost slipped. I was trying the panda roll, and then I just like caught myself. I'm like, I could just tiptoe this.
Well, like I said, the real question is, do you do it with pants? You know what I mean? Did you take the time to put your armor back on before you made your way down the stairs?
For sure, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I
gotcha.
definitely clothed up.
I mean, it was
Probably
definitely
before we
helping
even
the
clever.
stealth skills, but it's not going to help if you get attacked. So let's go ahead and actually switch over to our big map for this one.
So,
All right, there we go. Now we can see a little bit better.
what order are we
Um,
going down these stairs at?
So as you make your way down the stairs, Numo is the one heading first, of course. This way he can kind of take a bit of a look ahead to see exactly what it is that he sees.
I'll
Let me
go
take.
last
Right, let me
because
pull
I
up
need to patch everybody up if they die.
Make sure I
I'd
have
say
all my notes here.
we may
I'm
want
quick.
those. We may want those of us in the loud armor to be at the back.
Yeah.
Alright, so the chamber at the bottom of the staircase is empty, unlit, and flooded with a foul-smelling water. It looks to be a foot or two deep, say about 1.5 feet, but it is stagnant and nasty, covering the entire bottom of the floor. So those fresh baths that you just got are kind of going to shit down here quickly. The room's doors, the room and in the hallways that you see seem to be made out of some sort of hewn or cut limestone. And further down ahead, down this direction, you do see very, very faintly the flicker of what appears to be torchlight up ahead. It doesn't seem to be
That
any in
game's
this room, but there does seem to be some as you make your way down. Let's see.
Seeing as I'm on the back, I will probably be walking mainly in the dark, so I want to cast light on my knife and just, use that as a little thingy to keep light on myself.
Okay, absolutely.
It's,
Yeah, but
it's a cantrip, so I don't really have to worry too much about it.
at very least,
my-
Numo, you can give them the 411 that is, as you make it down this first row of stairs, to this first corridor here, it seems to be empty for the time being. So there's nothing immediately to panic or concern about. So
Okay, so I'd be making like an all clear symbol, hand gesture. Maybe does that candle does it work like a flashlight? Can I blink it? I guess I could just blink it with
Yeah,
my
you can just
hand.
wave your. Yeah, I was gonna say you just wave your hand in front of it.
I was saying,
Yeah.
also, depending on where I'm standing, I got a 20 feet radius of light behind you. And
Yeah,
it gives
but
an
Okay.
additional dim light for another 20, so you should be good.
you got a
I
much
think
brighter
I'd
light
be
coming ahead of
mostly
you, but you can definitely use this one for signaling for sure.
Yeah, I'd mostly be using the light to like point back behind them and illuminate the areas I have already explored, and just use dark vision to look ahead of me.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Just so I'm
absolutely.
not like completely backlighting myself here, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but taking a look down, it seems to be that the corridors, like I said, other than the 2 foot of stagnant water that seems to be sitting at the bottom, for the most part, it does seem to be empty. You don't hear anything, but you do sense a tiniest little bit of torchlight coming from the hallway ahead. But yeah,
Do
you
gnomes
guys
have
are
to
more
swim?
than welcome to move your tokens and drag yourself down around through there all you want. You tell me where
Do the,
you're going.
do the gnomes have to swim?
No, it's
If
only a
this
foot and a
area is
half deep.
clear,
It's probably
Oh,
coming
okay, I
up
think it's
to
2 foot.
your. You're what, a 3 foot gnome? So I mean, it's probably coming up to your waist. You know, it's ruining a lot of that nice bath you took. But
Ew,
you
I
know,
really don't want to step
luckily
foot in
you
this
have so
water.
much Drakkar Noir on top of you, Numo, that you don't even hardly smell it. It's not too bad. Drakkar
It's
Noir
for
can
me
cover the
just
scent of anything. Ask any man that wears it. You know what I mean? It's why he's wearing it. It's to cover all
Is
that other stank.
nice.
if you
is
have
the
Vanderbilt
entrance to that western chamber visible? Like, can I tell that there's a passageway there?
Yeah, so first off, who has dark vision and who doesn't? I know that the gnomes
I
do.
do.
do. I do for
Okay,
60
you
feet.
do.
We've got low light. The 2 elves have low light vision.
Right,
Yeah, that's
right.
dark vision.
The
Yeah,
half
Yeah.
elves.
I got
I
straight
have
up dark vision.
Okay, what about you, Alejandro? Do you have that? You're human, aren't you?
No, I'm half elf.
Oh, that's right. You
I've
are
got
half elf.
one.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Wait, so
All
none
right.
of us needed the light sources.
Everybody has some source of
I
dark
have,
vision, so you
I have
guys can all
blind
see.
sight too.
Well, the light sources help you to see it in color. That's the big
Yeah.
thing. It gives you more detail than what you may get without it. But yeah, either way, you guys are all able to see there is a small corridor over there, and it appears to be like have an open entrance to it. But Maxwell, as you kind of like take the peek right there to take a look and see what's down there, you seem it seems to be a mostly empty room, except for there is a what would you call it? Like a sewer grate on the wall. It's a what do you call it? A drain pipe that
Yeah.
seems to be pouring into that room, and there's water currently dripping and kind of splashing out of it, and it does seem to go into a grate on the floor where water is slowly making its way out. You can almost see a tiny little whirlpool, but it's moving very slowly as if it's kind of clogged, and that's why this area is flooding the way it is. But there definitely is like there's nothing in the room, just the more stagnant water from what you could tell.
All right. Maxwell, in his infinite wisdom, is going to go peer in and take a look and see if he can figure out what's clogging the grate.
Oh yeah, taking a look at it, it just looks like years of sludge and gunk real quick. I mean, at first glance, if you had some tools, you might be able to free this
But
grate from its
have we
clog.
all established amongst us that none of us need the goddamn fucking light?
That's true.
I mean,
None of you need the light,
Yeah.
so you can
Yeah.
kill it if you want to.
Yeah, I even have
Well, it's
blind
the
sight.
beauty is it. Yeah, if you cast it on your dagger, you can sheath the dagger. It'll put the light out, so to speak. You can just draw the dagger to get the light back at any time you
And
want.
just blind somebody.
I could most definitely blind somebody with it. It's a small knife. It's not a dagger.
Yeah. Yeah, in that case, you
Hey,
can
you
do
just
that
put
if
it.
you wish.
I'll just
You can like put it in your
tuck it
bag.
back away where it comes from.
Sheath
Gone
it
is
for the
the light.
time, but know that you have it at your option.
Yes.
So do you do you have any tools that you think you could use in this situation there, Maxwell?
Sadly, my arcane roto rooter is in my other pants, so
Right.
I'm just gonna head back up and follow. I'm simply saying I wouldn't recommend anyone walk in there unless you really want to be mopping your own boots for the next millennia.
No thanks. I'll pass.
That's a
Yeah,
fair
same.
point.
Yes, lots of rats and sewers. They clog drains. And now I'm sure that's what it is.
Oh, I hope so.
You don't want that on your boots. And then I'll go to the next corner.
meanwhile,
All right.
meanwhile, the water's pretty much up to Maxwell's chest, and he's like, "No, I know. Trust me, I know."
You don't want it on your
Yeah.
boots at all.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. But yeah, making your way down through the next corridor, you head down to the next area, I assume?
Yeah, I mean, I peek down this hallway first, see if there's like any indication of traps. If I don't see people with my dark vision, I will use the light to
Yeah.
see if that
You're
helps.
not you're not seeing people. It seems to be about the same either way. Either way, the light is only giving you like that bright, the colorful light. You know what I mean? With it like 5-10 feet of you, it's pretty close proximity. Night dark vision, if I'm not mistaken, is only seen in grays of hues of black and white. So
Yeah.
the area within 10
Yeah.
feet of you can see color. Everything else beyond that is almost kind of like a predator type thing, where it's just like instead of green, it's black and white.
Yeah.
So you can kind of, oh yeah, I guess predator's thermal, isn't it? It's kind of like that. But anyway, you're seeing almost like a photocopy. So it does help a little bit with giving you more detail close up. But for the most part, you're able to see the same either way. And you don't see anyone as you make your way down around the corridor, nor do you hear anybody at this point. Seems to be rather quiet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll make my way down the rest of the way.
Nice. As you make your way
And
down through
I would
there,
do the
you
same.
eventually come to a door that is, currently closed. And it seems to just be a heavy stone door that is... Yeah, okay. Like I said, you come to a stone door. It is closed, but there doesn't seem to be any markings or anything on it. Just a plain slab door.
Okay. We got ourselves a door. We got to approach it very quietly here. Take each step with care, and I'll use the light up to the door
I'm just gonna stay
and
behind
kind of
because
kill
I
it like
am.
when I get within 10 feet of the door. So
I
I
can't
don't get
tell.
shot.
I'll just stay behind a little bit.
I'm gonna stay right on this corner here, like right in between, not on him, right there, like right in that sort of corner, like sort of not fully in that hallway, just right on the other side, like right there.
I look
Yeah,
at you guys
sort of-
cowering around the corner. I'm like, hey, fair enough. Let's see. What does this door have?
You said you wanted the people who were silent to go first. Like I'm in full
So,
scale mill. There is
do you
no way
mean-
I'm silent.
You mean essentially that you're checking the door for like traps or anything like that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I kind of want to check, like, the whole welcome mat area first, make sure there's no pressure plates, then work my way to the door.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as you can tell, you're not seeing anything right off the bat. Go ahead and give me a. This would be. I'll let you use perception or investigation, either one that you want here. I've never been too particular over one or the other, so I'll let you have either option that you choose.
Okay.
Let's see. With a 14, you're definitely not noticing anything that seems like a pressure plate or a trap. So you cautiously approach, and as you make your way up to the door, you examine it for all the usual signs, looking for wires or any sort of evidence that would lead you to believe it is trapped, and you do not see anything that would give you that impression on the door. So you feel like you're pretty well safe to go to open the door if you choose to.
Let's see here. Do we knock? Any kind of lock, keyhole? I give the knob like a half turn just to see if it's locked, basically.
Yeah, there's not even a lock on it. It's just a like an iron handle that you can tell you can pull the door with if you choose. Actually, sorry, no, it would be an iron handle, but when you look at the door, it actually pushes in. So you can easily push it in. It's not locked. It's just on hinges and slides open as you push it.
I'm going to pretend to lockpick it. and then just
Absolutely.
open it like normal. Since
Yeah.
everyone's like 20 feet back.
Yeah,
Make it look
definitely.
like
Yeah,
I actually got it.
you make it look
Let's
like
do
it
it
was
something.
really difficult. That's for sure. You know, you put in some real work there, man. You
Not
know,
a struggle
that's
though. You know,
yeah.
like I aced it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Man, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. I think you pull it off pretty well as far as that goes. It comes off like you may have had to put some real work into getting this door open, but obviously you just shove it open, it opens for you.
And then I survey this area, and
Make my way down a little
as
bit.
long as it looks clear, I'll wave the others.
Okay.
I love how we send in our like one of our smallest people first.
Well, it's the rogue. He's supposed to sneak through.
Yeah, that's kind of
Like
that's
the
what he's there to
canary.
do. And
And then if it
like
goes
the
badly, then I
canary,
charge
he
in.
says.
I'll
Yeah.
just
So
wait to
yeah,
pick y'all up.
you're absolutely able to pop the door open, and as you make your way in through this next door, you come to an area which looks like a four-way crossroad. Taking a look at all sides, you see that there is a variety of doors that surround you, and then one that is completely open to the west. So let's see. Taking a look, the door on the east. Let's see. Would you recognize these symbols by now? Are all of you moving in, or just you at this point?
I mean, if
We're
he said it's
starting to
clear,
move in.
I'm just moving in.
Okay.
I mean, I look first. As
He's
long as
standing
there's
at the
no
door.
people
Oh.
or no traps to my
You're
detection, then I would let them all come in.
like I said, you're seeing three doors and then the open hallway to the west at this point, but you're not seeing anyone in here. As so far, you do actually see a little bit of candlelight under. Let's see, this doorway seems to be a very low. Like there's just a crack that you see around the door where you're seeing a little bit of a glow. But hardly even enough to notice. But what you would notice is on that southern door, you would see, there's, how do I say this? There is a face or an image emblazoned on each of the three doors. A full figure of like a person, actually. It's not just a face. The one to the south is portrayed as a cloaked figure whose face is hidden under a cowl. In his skeletal hands, he is clutching a screaming human skull. The door to the north, which you just entered, is depicted a powerfully built, skull-headed man with long curved blades where his hands should be. And the door to the east is depicted a tall, armored man wearing a bucket helm. His right gauntlet is painted black and clutches a set of shackles. So there is an image embossed, like carved right into the door on all three sides. And then to your west, there is just an open hallway that seems to lead back into a set of stairs that goes down into another area that has like a foot of stagnant, nasty water.
Sorry, the door that we came from. What had that depicted again?
Two sickle blades, like one on each hand.
The one to the north, let me just, yeah. Depicted a powerfully built, skull-headed man, curved blades where his hands should be.
Alright.
All right, what relevance does that have to a bathhouse?
I actually know. Just give me a second.
If anyone
is
would
it
like
that
to make
fat guy?
if anyone would like to make a religion check, you're welcome to do so.
Wouldn't I know though without making the check because I read up on all of that?
You probably would. I tell you what, in this situation, go ahead and roll it still, but you can roll with advantage again because you had read that article. You guys probably at this point are starting to catch on pretty well, so.
Yeah, I'll attempt.
Which one is it? Religion,
It's
right?
gonna be religion, yes. And you can do so,
Yes.
like I said, with advantage.
This door clearly goes to a Scientology test
not
center.
20.
Hold on, not
For
20.
Allie.
Thanks. Nice, yeah. Serial definitely would recognize this. Like you said, you've been kind of looking at this stuff for days, so you're getting real used to seeing this sort of thing. But all of you would be able to quickly identify these as a symbol of Baal, Bane, and Merkel, the dead three that you have come to, witness. So the east door, the one that's on the right-hand side, is Bane. And that's depicted as a tall, armored man wearing a black bucket helm with his right hand as painted black and gauntleted, brandishing a set of shackles. The north door that you came in is depicted as a powerfully built man, skull-headed, with curved blade hands. That is representative of Baal, Bhaal. And then the southern door, the portrayed as a cloaked man whose face is hidden under a cowl. His skeletal hands clutches a screaming human skull. That is representative of Merkel. So yeah, you definitely recognize these three as, you're in the right place if you're looking for cultists of the dead three. That much is for certain, you know what I mean? Type of deal.
All right.
Yeah.
Which
yeah,
way
that-
first?
That should give you a quick idea as to what you're looking at.
Weirdly
Wanna head
enough, I would say let's go west. What's so
I was about to say
special
the
about
same.
that door?
There's nothing at that door
There's
in
no
the
door.
west.
On door?
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's no door. Yeah. So there's no door
So-
in the west.
It makes it for easier to check it out, and we can always just saunter back and take one of the other doors.
Exactly.
I would agree. Let's
Plus,
head
the
out to the.
longer I can go without having to walk through a door ordained with one of the gods of death, that is a good time.
Fair enough, but you're gonna have to
I wouldn't go
wade
as
through the
far as
foot
one
of.
the gods of death. They ain't worthy of that
You-
title.
I mean, you have to go chest deep in sewer water. Sewer water.
So Maxwell's going to remember something that he was actually planning during character creation and forgot about until now. He climbs up on top of Steve the Wonder Dog.
Ah, very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, you're easily
Alright.
able to climb up on top of
Oh,
your
yeah.
little poochie there.
Yeah,
And
Steel Defender's medium size. That's mount capable for a small being. And I
you
forgot.
are absolutely able to mount up on top of this thing and jump right on him, and he's able to carry you around. So yeah, you begin making your way through to the next area, and as you're making your way around that first corner, let's see. So as you're making your way around the first corner, you can see both left and right. There are 3 beams bracing the ceiling of this flooded chamber, which features a stone altar covered with entrails in the northeastern corner. Hanging on the wall above the altar is a 3-foot-tall steel mask in the form of a frowning human skull. So that's what you would see here.
All right.
All right, I take it back. This place is just as bad as the other 3 options.
What do we see here?
That's what I'm trying to take a look at myself. Let me make sure I got this here.
It's a latrine.
Ah, yeah. Okay. So hanging there along the wall is a 5-foot wide, 7-foot tall tapestry that depicts a grisly scene of 4 faceless figures ripping apart a 5th figure who is screaming.
Nice.
Yeah, but
Oh, charming.
it is a tapestry being hung on the wall.
I'm not getting good vibes from this place. This is the worst Airbnb we've ever been to.
Well, let's keep on trudging forward, I guess.
This place is definitely getting a bad review.
One,
I mean,
2-star.
that's
Go out
No
to
more.
this room.
Would I be able to tell how valuable that tapestry looks if I was?
It actually
a
looks
market.
pretty rough. Just immediately taking a glance at it, you might be seeing a little bit of like frayed edges and some definite water damage.
Like it's been
where
there
it's been
for a
hung on the
while, kind
wall.
of thing.
Yeah, it may have been very nice at one point in time, but from years of sitting down here in this stagnant water, it has definitely not gotten any better.
Depicting
Oh,
that
ignore
it
it.
might have been very nice at one point.
I odd question, but as I'm examining the skull number 573 down here,
Yeah.
um,
Lots of skulls.
for the carving work on it, like the craftsmanship, does it look like it was made in the same methods and such as the bas reliefs on the three doors, or does this look like it was made by some completely different method?
So we're talking about the altar versus the doors, right?
Yeah, does it look like they're all part of some continuous set, or does this look like it was crafted like completely separately, no connection at all?
You would take a guess that maybe so they're not like identical. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily part of a set, but definitely all carved within the same likeness, carved probably with the same tools, and maybe even by the same person. You know what I mean? Like they could possibly even be a
Okay.
set. But yeah, it maybe, you might notice like a year's difference between one and the next, though, right? Like they didn't just put everything in day one, maybe. Like they've been adding to
Yeah.
it over time. But yeah, definitely would seem very familiar and similar.
Ooh.
Hey, Dicey Decisions, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. So glad you guys could join us. We are getting
Howdy,
close to
people.
the end, but we will still be going for a little while, so stick around and make sure to see what we got. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Like I said, this is our Descent into Avernus game, so if you haven't checked it out, or if you've been real interested in a lot of playing a lot of BG3, getting that Baldur's Gate in, here's a little bit more for you. Our group has just entered into a set of dungeons underneath of the bathhouse, and believe they are on the trail of the Cult of the Dead 3, just to give you a quick hint. Alright, but yeah, it looks similar, and the entrails still look relatively fresh. I mean, there's definitely a smell that you would recognize, coming from the entrails, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. But, they look relatively new as far as that goes.
All right.
All
I
right, so
I would. Oh, go ahead.
I would say while he's doing whatever it is he's about to do, I'm just gonna pull out some of my tools, sit down, and begin ritual casting Detect Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I'm
It's gonna take like 10
gonna-
minutes, so go nuts.
yeah. I was
Makes you
gonna
wonder.
walk in. I was
Right.
gonna walk over to the next room over to the left.
I'll join them.
All right.
I'll check
So
the
I'll start.
body out.
We have a light source with us.
No.
Yes, because I'm
but
behind you and I have my dagger.
oh, now you are. Yes.
Okay.
That's on my way.
I
If you
still
pull
do
out the
have
dagger,
60
you
feet of
definitely
dark
have it?
vision and 10 blind sight. So
It's
Gotcha.
fine. I'll just pull my dagger out and,
So wait,
and be like, lie.
yep. All right. So yeah.
Just
So we all
real
sort of
quick before
shamble into
I
this room.
forget about it,
So
in
what
case
is
it
this
hasn't been
thing?
done already. Let's
We'll see.
see. Oops,
Now
sorry,
you'll have
give me
like
1
20
second
feet of
here.
lights.
There you go. Give a quick shout out to Dicey Decisions. Those guys that have been hanging out in here in this group. Make sure to go over there and give him some love as well. Send this guy a follow. Thank you very much, by the way. Super appreciate the raid, my friend. Definitely hope your game went well, and hopefully you guys enjoy the last little bit of ours as we're finishing up here. But we should still have plenty enough to keep you excited for a few. But yeah, thank you very, very much. All right, so as you make your way into that room, Alejandro, Seriel, and even Vanrol, while the others are still in the other room, let's see. You come in to find a bloated corpse in the middle of the floor. It is a bloated, shirtless, what appears to be human male, and you can see obvious knife wounds in his back. So he's definitely been cut up, and he definitely is dead. The water that is soaked in has bloated the body, and it is a rather putrid smell.
I think we found where the intestines came from.
This is lovely.
Is there does there happen to appear anything like? Is it he's just there dead? Is there any? Is there still anything on? You said shirtless. Like, is there any sort of
I
things?
want to examine the body.
Shirtless. He's wearing a pair of pants. He is wearing black pants. As far as that goes, and a set of boots. But yeah, shirtless, whatever he was wearing on his upper half has either been removed or was, not on at the time of his death. But you can see obvious knife wounds, multiple knife wounds in his
Yeah.
back.
I want
It's
to.
almost like he was ritualistically murdered.
Yeah, sorry. You all also said you want to check his pockets.
No, I
Taking
want
a
to check his not his pockets, his the entire dude, the body.
Oh, the entire body. If you want to go ahead and give me a medicine check, to see exactly what you can tell there, as well as anyone else that wants to give like wisdom or investigation. If you
Yeah.
want to search the
Cool.
room. Honestly, if you're
Ben-
willing to take a few minutes, I'm not even going to make you roll for it. You can easily search a corpse, right?
Vanderl sort of heads back towards the stairs that we came in at first, letting everyone
Okay.
else do their thing there.
Gotcha. Kind of keeping an eye on things. Perfect. All
Yeah.
right. In that case, Sariel, you would absolutely notice that this man, of course, was stabbed to death. Um, and taking a look at the actual wounds, the bloating, you can tell that this person's probably been dead for about 2 days. As you move the body around and maneuver it and roll it over, you definitely find that there is also a ritual cut or kind of a very meticulous cut. That has been cut, sliced through the abdomen, and his entrails have been removed, as previously stated. Um, Alejandro, are you doing anything in here as well? Thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you. Are you investigating, searching pockets, anything like that?
I'm assisting. I'm assisting. Serial.
Serial. Yeah, absolutely. Well, just going ahead and throwing it out there, because like I said, it is just kind of a corpse. As you take a look, you can see the obvious knife wounds in the back, as those were the cause of death. It happened roughly 2 days ago, and then after being murdered, he was cut open, his entrails were removed, and they're probably in the next room. Taking a quick look at what he has on his actual person, he does have a small bag tucked into a boot that contains about 12 gold pieces, and tucked into the other boot, you would see a small dagger that has been hidden in there, and it, much like some of the others that you have seen, also bears a skull on the hilt of it.
Does he have? I checked the heels of his boots.
Mhm.
Any kind of false heel or anything like that?
Not seeing any false heels. No. It seems to be a regular set of boots. Basic leather pants that would be part of a tunic, things like that. As far as nothing that stands out about them. I mean, the only strange thing that you would notice is that, the dagger that he wields is also similar to those that you found on cultists of this dead three. Specifically, this one looks like it may have been stylized in the form of Merkel.
Again with the skulls.
Lots of skulls, man. Cultists love their
Yep.
skulls. That's all I can say.
I'll take the dagger and and I hand Alejandro the bag with gold.
Okay, awesome. Gotcha.
I'll put the gold in my pouch.
All right. So you place the gold in your pouch. You can add 12 gold to your inventory. And let's see. Maxwell, you were casting detect magic in the other room.
Yes.
Trying to remember. I don't know if this detects as magic. What about an area? So maybe somebody out in the chat can help me with this. What is that called? So there's like sacrifice. There's holy ground, and then there's the opposite of holy
Yeah.
ground.
I
Desecrated.
think the Hallows, yeah, desecrated. This wouldn't cover that. That's covered by a
I did,
paladin ability, I believe.
right. I didn't
Yeah.
think so.
Which
So like you're not necessarily catching magic on any of the things, but there is almost like a very, very faint detection of magic, as if like a ritual had been performed. You know what I mean? Whatever magic has probably left the area, but there may be that little residual dust, you know what I mean? But no, the altar itself does not seem to be magical, nor does the, the skull mounted on the wall above it. Neither of them seem to be magical.
So
So you're casting
Maxwell's
Detect Magic or Identify?
yes,
Just to be safe.
detect magic.
One thing that you would catch that stands out to you is that around the edges of the tapestry to the south, you are seeing a faint magical presence. Again, very faint, and it is almost unnatural. Unusual. I mean, should I say? But you are seeing a slight residue there.
I'm gonna go over and lift the tapestry away from the wall and check behind it.
Lifting the tapestry and checking behind it. In that case, what you see is that this the alcove is hung, like I said, it's a 5x7 tapestry, depicts a grisly scene of faceless figures ripping apart another figure. But what I need you to do, where is that? If I could you give me a dexterity saving throw?
Oh shit! I'm the first one to touch the tapestry, aren't I?
And
Yeah, boy. Where's our healer? All right, where's my dex?
I can still heal you.
You're done fucked up.
I touched the thing.
I touched it.
Don't you know not to touch those?
14.
Says baby.
All right.
Guys, I found a crossbow. Oh shit!
Okay. So as you do, there is a strange fungus that is growing on the back of this tapestry. And it is, though it is fungus, it is still of a magical sort of variety. And spores shake loose off of it and cause, what is this? 5 points of poison damage.
What?
And you are poisoned for the next minute.
Ow!
You done fucked up.
Was it just in that area, or was it just
It
like
was
it
literally
I'm
mold
right next to him.
This
No,
is
because I'm
a
right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a strange mold right on the back of the canvas, or on the back of it. And if it wasn't for the fact that he touched it, it wouldn't have happened at all. But yeah, as you take a peek behind there seems to just be basic wall. But whatever this strange fungus is, it's definitely not natural. But it is naturally grown on this thing, more or less, and it does cause a poison effect. So you're poisoned for the next 10 rounds, 1 minute, and you do suffer 5 points of poison damage as this icky stuff kind of sprays off of you.
I cough, slowly lower the tapestry back into place, and then stand there for a moment and goes, all right. So the tapestry depicting the gruesome, ritualistic, unholy murder, I wouldn't recommend touching it.
Yeah.
Why? What
I wouldn't
happened?
be.
It's not sanitary.
Do you
As he coughs some more.
do you need some help? I can help you.
No, this is
You
called
sure?
the consequences of my own actions.
Well, I would rather those consequences not get the rest of us killed and we go into the next room and get swarmed by whatever's down here.
Well, that's why I don't touch that.
He has a point.
I reach out and where is it?
Is anything
Use
magical?
5 points of my lay on hands to neutralize a poison.
Okay.
That-
So you're so an interesting thing happens. Just as you're getting ready to be touched by this, you know what I mean?
Can we rephrase that?
Yeah. As soon as the paladin's about to lay hands on you, it's been about 6 seconds since you touched that. You receive another 4 points of damage, as if this poison is still having an effect, and you're thankful for the fact that he lays his hand on you. I was just about to mention that this keeps happening every 6 seconds for the next 10 rounds.
Okay.
So yeah, you take another 4 points of damage, poison damage, but as he places his hand on you in a very non-threatening manner, non-threatening or sexual manner. As he does, lay a hand, on you, you feel a lot better. You know what I mean? As the poison seems to subside.
Do you need a little bit more of a patch up?
Maxwell spits out a glob of blood, slowly nods, and then looks up and solemnly says, "Thank you for touching me."
I tried to help by letting I tried to help by letting the detect magic catch it. I mean, I know it's a fungus, but like it's a magical fungus, so like I tried. You know,
Look,
maybe I
use-
just drew
max
attention to
intelligence, not wisdom.
it. Maybe I just drew attention
use-
to it.
Understand
use
they're
my,
shaking my head with a slight chuckle because, like, why?
I'm gonna use my healing hands that I get for being Asmer
Yeah,
on him.
absolutely. You go,
Well, it's only 3.
all right,
but
so you get
get
3 of the
three.
Take
9
it.
back that you lost. So that you're only down 6. But yeah, you feel a little bit better at that point. But as far as you could tell, that seems to be the only thing special about that tapestry. You figured out what's interesting about the tapestry. You know what I mean?
All right, guys,
Best I
I'm
can tell you
labeling this a
there.
success.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is
All right.
this is a
That
win.
next room.
All right.
We sort of
So
started walk back
You
off
know,
this way. Oh,
like,
if you make your way back to that, do you make your way back to the crossroad corridor there?
yeah.
See, senor.
Do you decide to go west or south as far as that goes?
going counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise. All right.
Think
All
like
right.
So that would be to the south, I believe.
Yeah, we'll
Yep.
be south door.
We'll open the south door.
I'm gonna
All
let
right.
someone else touch the door this time.
I know we're a few minutes over. If you guys don't mind, I want to go just a couple of more minutes here. Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just, if it gets too late, let me know. I'm gonna go a little bit over, just since we got like 50. We started at 10 or 8:15. We'll go to 12:15. Anyway, let's see. So as you open this door, lying on the floor of this otherwise empty room are the pale bodies of 3 humans in filthy black robes, arranged in a triangular formation. A lit torch lies behind them. A rough-hewn staircase to the left leads down to another torchlit chamber. So not only do you see the torch that is here mixed with them and torches on the walls, but there is a chamber here as well that has a torch lit inside of it as also. But there's 3 bodies lying strewn out here on the floor in some sort of a ritualistic fashion.
I would like to approach and take a close look at them.
Yeah,
At the bodies on
absolutely.
the floor. All right.
So
I will
you
use
don't
the.
touch things.
Oh, I will touch things. I like touching things.
Purposely not touching anything at the moment, just kneeling over at first and just looking.
yeah, absolutely. So you
Are
bend
the
down.
bodies intact? Do they have their heads?
Yes, they do have heads. Constitution.
Ah, snap. I just realized I forgot to do that. I lost concentration on detect magic.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Would have lost concentration on that. My bad.
Oh.
But yeah. So as you lean down to to check these things, this will be the point in which we roll initiative as all 3 bodies spring to life in a surprising fashion, each with daggers at the ready hidden under their cloaks as they lunge forward and try to make attacks against you. Since
hello
we are
there.
kind of already past time, I don't want to take too long, but I want to go ahead and get in a couple of things. People were awesome enough to help out with this game, and I want to make sure to get them in. I was trying to wait till we got down here. So it's at that point in time, as they all spring their attack, you would also notice something else. That from the other room, slinking around the corner, is a very large, 6 foot to the back, hellishly flaming figure. It was not a torch in the other room, but instead a 6 foot tall hound made of fire and heat.
Puppy!
You see a hellhound rounding the corner. There's your ally, sinister ally, people. And just about that time, you would hear, "You fools, get back!" As you turn around and see a man that has just entered from this corridor. that looks very familiar to you, Alejandro, as you spoke with him previously. He had the Harper tattoo on his rear shoulder blade, and he has got a sword drawn. It seems to be like a rapier, a short sword that is drawn in one hand, and a dagger pulled out from the other hand, poised and ready to help jump into the fray. There's your helpful ally. You know what I mean? So we've got our helpful ally and our sinister ally in there, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to actually fight with them until next week. Sorry, guys, I wanted to try and get them in there at the most appropriate time, but you've definitely amped up this fight a lot. So yeah, Hellhounds are a bit above you. But yeah, that's where we're going to go ahead and pause our game for this week. This way we don't go too far past time. Otherwise, this combat could take a little while, right? But yeah, both your sinister allies and your helpful allies have showed up, so you have a little bit of help, but a pretty foul, nasty looking creature has just emerged. And not only that, but they've also gave a full round of surprise on Vanril. So they'll all three be making quick attacks. Yeah. Woo! We're gonna leave on a good cliffhanger. I think that's the perfect place to leave it for the week. But yeah, awesome game, guys. Like I said, awesome game. I was about to say, as far as Dicey Decisions group that just came in, I'm sorry that you kind of came in at the end. We play from 8 p.m. till 12, but I was trying to stick around for an extra minute so you can kind of get an idea of what we do here. Just a real quick idea of what we do. I want to go ahead and just give you guys a quick rundown before we get into our goodbyes. Is, like I said, we do run a weekly live action D&D game. We do Vampire on Wednesdays as well. So anyway, the name of the channel, Tabletop Down, is quite literal. We do tabletop from the top down, all things related, card games, board games, role-playing games, and everything above. We are here 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 8 p.m. till midnight, and we have a variety of different tabletop-related shows, like I said, Friday night being our D&D game. Both our Vampire game on Wednesday and D&D game on Fridays are interactive games. So if you look directly below me, you'll see options. You can go to our Ko-Fi, and when you support the channel, not only are you supporting to help us keep going, but also you can add in things like giving players advantage or the bad guys advantage. Since this is based around Baldur's Gate and Avernus specifically, we tied it into the Blood War. Choose your side of the Blood War. Do you go on the side of angels or demons, etc.? And that's just a quick rundown of what we do. I wanted to give you an idea since you're just coming in and things. But yeah, we give the option of choosing your side in the war. You can give the players or the bad guys advantages, potions, random scrolls or potions, etc. Lots of fun ways to interact with the game. But just so you had a quick idea of what we do. All right, so let's go ahead and give our close there. Again, I do want to say before I get in that again, thank you guys for everybody that did support with donations, with subscriptions, Prime subs, follows, anyone that shared the stream. I know several of you shared the stream, told friends. Thank you for the raid. It's greatly appreciated. I just want to say thank you to all you guys. Like, we can't keep this channel running. I'm here 6 days a week. If it wasn't for you guys, I couldn't afford to do all this and keep these games running. So I greatly appreciate all of your support. And if you have the ability, chip in, but don't ever pressure yourself. Don't ever feel necessary. It's never required, but always appreciated when you do. All right, so let me go ahead and get back to our thank yous and goodbyes and all that stuff, and we'll swing back around to our main screen here. Alejandro, if you want to go ahead and give your thank yous or see-yas or whatever it is,
For coming in and watching us. It was great that we had 20 people in the stream taking a watch, and I hope you guys join us for next week, which looks like it's going to be a good battle.
Oh yeah. Yeah, things are just getting started. I was trying to give you all the time to have all the roleplay upstairs, but I couldn't wait till you got down here. We have a full-fledged dungeon crawl, and this is what I was saying before the stream. It's like I knew I was gonna have to double-check my book on this one a few times. You can't remember the whole dungeon, but there's so much down here that's gonna kill you. I'm excited for it.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I love a good dungeon crawl. Just something classic about, roaming through a dungeon. I mean, it's Dungeons and Dragons. It's half of the game,
Yep.
right? You got to have the dungeon, and
Half
maybe
the
there's a
name.
dragon.
Yeah.
If I can fit a dragon in here, we'll figure it out.
Hell yeah.
Just throw a dragonborn somewhere in there.
I mean, one of the two, absolutely.
Throw a
But
dragonborn
yeah,
somewhere. There's our dragon.
yeah, close enough. A dungeon and a dragon in our Dungeons and Dragons games, it's unheard of. But yeah, let me go ahead and continue. Maxwell, if you want to say whatever you want to say on your way out.
Every time someone donates, Maxwell will touch another incredibly bad idea.
Touch another incredibly bad. Yeah, there you go, guys. Support, and he will keep touching things he's not supposed to be touching. Let's be honest, he's going to touch them anyway, but the support is really, really, appreciated. So, it's all for the greater good. All right, Numo, what about you? I know you kind of actually got some stuff to plug too, so go ahead and do your thing if you like. I think you're muted, sir.
I am muted because I am enthralled in the dialogue. But yeah, numerousness had a great game here. If I can make a fan art request, I would love to see the bathhouse scene of Numo naked, naked, rolling under a doorway to steal someone's clothes.
Our naked gnome rogue sneaking under that door in panda barrel roll form. I believe it was described as a panda roll, right? A panda barrel roll.
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna get on that. I'm not good at art, but I'll do a quick stick figure drawing. If somebody else could do better, though, I'd appreciate it because I'd love to see that too.
Yep.
But yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm here 3 days a week, so follow me here. I do my own stream 2 days a week, so if you want more of me, you can follow me at my channel, where I mostly just play games.
Let me go ahead and shout out that as well. Numerousness. If you guys wouldn't mind, please, it would mean a great deal to me if you could pop over and give Numerousness a follow. He's just getting started in streaming. He's here 3 nights a week, so he's been doing it for quite a bit with me, at least the last couple of months, but has recently branched out to starting his own channel, and he could use the help getting started. If you guys could go over and give him a follow, I would greatly appreciate it. It would be a personal favor to me, and I would really, really appreciate it. Help a fellow streamer. You know what I mean? That's how we all get off the ground. We all gotta start somewhere, and this is a great way to do it. Awesome content too. If you guys want to check out some of the stuff he does, definitely showing off games that, yeah, that's all I'll say. Playing games that don't get the credit they deserve. So definitely check him out if you get a chance. Thursdays and Saturdays, right?
Yeah.
Thursdays and Saturdays.
Saturdays. Also, forgot to mention, thanks for the advantage. That was cool.
Oh yeah. You got
like
an
you're
inspiration
very soon.
token, advantage token this
Thank
week.
you so much.
Nice. All right. Well, let's move right along to Seriel then. If you want to go ahead and say your thing on your way out.
Yeah, it was fun playing. Definitely a good round today. Thank everybody for the support to the channel, and to obviously Numo for his little advantage. He's gonna need more of those in the future.
Yeah.
And of course, a big thank you to the raid and the people coming along with that raid for popping in and keeping us company while we well, probably slowly are gonna die next week.
I love how you guys just automatically assume I'm trying to kill you. Like, why would you think such terrible things of me? I've been
You're a
such
DM.
a
If your job isn't to kill us, you're doing it wrong.
Pattern recognition.
Pattern recognition.
We've only had one game where one of us hasn't gone down at one point.
I will say that I have been running the encounters straight out of the book, except for the helpful and sinister allies that have come in. And yeah, maybe I threw an owlbear at a group of level 1s. So what? It's the chat's fault. They asked for it. You know what I mean? Yeah. But that's the fun of this game, is whatever the chat wants, they get to have. As long as it's bloody and violent, I'm happy to throw it in.
Yay.
whatever doesn't kill us gives us more XP. And that's the way to look at
Exactly.
it. Awesome. Well, cool. Let's move on to the last one. Vanroll, if you want to go ahead and say your
Hello.
goodbyes.
Yep, it was a great game.
Oh, thank you.
I've really enjoyed it today. Everyone's been all killing it out there, especially, what are we at sitting right there? We have a lot of you guys out there today, and I'm really glad to see more and more people popping in.
Yeah, currently we're at 20. At one point we were up to like
Yeah.
25, which I know is really great.
I think it was
considering we only
28.
28. Yeah.
28, yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna say. Seeing how
really?
we only got to start this game, I think this is what, our third session? Fourth
Yeah.
session. Yeah, fourth
Yep.
session, you know what I mean? Like, it's been a great turnout. We are, still just getting started, but I assure you it'll only grow with time. That's for sure. You have if you have a good game and good players, that's all that matters. Like I'm very blessed for the players that I have. That's for sure, man. You guys make it exciting and fun, and with the chat interactions, the stuff that you guys add is always exciting. So like it just keeps getting better. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but yeah, I
Oh,
only
no,
got
it's
you on
no
the
issue.
chat for a little bit. Got to give them the
But
credit
yeah,
where the credit's due.
exactly. You guys are out there amazing today. But yeah, I stream occasionally. And I've been trying to work on getting actually more videos out on YouTube's like that. I'm over here at the Jackal, JACKL. But yeah, I've been trying to get more onto it. But either way, I've been really enjoying being out this way, and it's been honestly really fun. It's a lot better finally be able to sit down in the player seat instead of the DM seat.
Yeah.
At least for
Yeah.
once.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have been the perma DM for so long that I completely understand, your pain with that. It's nice to
Yeah.
get out of the DM seat and be a player every once in a while. And just to clarify real quick, that is the Jackal, JACKL, and that is on Kick and YouTube, correct?
Yes.
Right. I would gladly give
Exactly as
him a
gospel.
shout out, but I can't shout out that from here. But if you
Yeah.
want to check out the YouTube, bam,
She
there
got
you go. Thank you very much, Gothica. You were on it.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
check him out and give him a follow. He's really cool. He's got some good stuff over there. He's in the same type of content that we're into. So
Yes.
kick that YouTube and the
Exactly.
Twitch. That's right.
We're getting it everywhere today.
That's it.
It's going everywhere.
Yeah, but we're starting to get people in the fun of it. That's for sure. And I've been real glad to see the numbers growing every week. Like I said, I feel like give it another month, we'll hit 100 viewers. It's just going to keep going and keep going. And with all the chat support and all the fun ways that we can interact, I'm constantly looking for new ways to add more interactions. Like these were just to get us started. By next week, I will have added a couple of more options that I've been workshopping, so there's always going to be new ways to interact and get involved with the stream. I don't want to, spend too much time plugging other games, but if you ever want to, check us out on Wednesdays. We run a Vampire the Masquerade game, so this game, you guys can help the players a lot and kind of interact with the characters. With our vampire game, you can interact as the GM. Which is really cool to be able to do. We have an awesome rumor system. You guys can add rumors and evidence to those rumors, and by doing so, you're dropping little plot seeds in the story that become the story that we run. Essentially, we're just playing, vampires in Los Angeles. That's our story. But it's you guys adding your many rumors and all the evidence to them that keeps flooding the world with all these extra key exciting things. And you guys can get as creative as you want when adding those rumors. And it's really led to a cool dynamic of game where you got all these different rumors. You don't know what to believe. You don't know what's true, but all of them are trying to kill you for the most part. Except for maybe the werewolf furries. We'll leave that as to a decision. I'm not sure if they're trying to kill you or not. They might just be
Maybe.
down for a good time. But they're definitely there.
Yeah.
Or at least rumored to be there. It's not a fact until it is, right? But anyway, yeah, definitely check out those games too. We do tabletop on Tuesdays. If you guys want to find out more about this stream and our story and what we have going on, every Monday night from 8 p.m. till 10 p.m. we do 2 hours table talk on our Vampire the Masquerade game, and then from 10 p.m. till 12 a.m. 12 now We do 2 hours on our D&D game, a behind-the-scenes look, ask the GM, ask the players. A lot of times we'll have different players that get to stop in and join us for those conversations. I'm always there, of course, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the game or what we got going on. We can discuss, different ways to add these or different ideas for these. If you ever have an idea for something that you'd like to be able to add in, just let me know. I'm happy to discuss it with you as long as it's nothing game breaking. I'm always interested to find new ways to, add to the interactive portions of the stream. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and just let it be there and say thank you for all of you guys that showed up and support tonight. Thank you for everybody that supported the channel. Like I said, this is my full-time job, and in order to keep the lights on so that we can keep playing without having to do it in the dark, that is 100% because of you guys. Like, I don't have a day job to help out with it. So you guys are really keeping us going, and I cannot thank you enough for all the support that you give us. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't get to play these awesome games, and it's amazing for us. So thank you for helping me live that dream. D&D in the dark is the best. It is great, and it is very fun, but when the power goes out, so does the internet. So we got to keep at least that part on, okay? Help us pay that. I got a $170 electric bill due Monday. I'm working on. Pray. Pray to every deity in the Forgotten Realms. But anyway, let's go ahead and just say thank you there. I do hope you guys get to come back again next time, and yeah, just really thank you guys. So I am going to go ahead and drop this. I'm going to spend 5-10 minutes talking to my players, but if you're interested and want to talk with me, jump over to our Discord, and you can head to our roleplay voice chat. Give me a second here. So that right there is our Discord. Join our Discord community. It's an awesome community filled with gamers. Like I said, we do tabletop and board games and role-playing games. If you want to hang out with a bunch of other nerds that like to nerd out on the same, role-play and tabletop stuff as you do, there's a whole community filled with them, and we're growing every day. Join the Discord community, be a part of the group with us. And like I said, I'm going to be over there here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. I'm going to hang out and just answer questions and kind of chit chat for another 20 or 30 minutes, until probably about 1 a.m. Then I'll probably come back on and do a little bit of video gaming afterwards, just because I'm always hyped up after these games. But just wanted to give you guys the opportunity to come and chit chat with me about the game if you're still excited like I am. But alright, I'm going to let these players go. They have things to do, so I'm going to go ahead and say thank you all very much. I appreciate everything that you've done, and we will gladly see you next week. Until then, my friends, happy gaming, and behave. Peace.
And the commercial cuts in right at the end.